No, it ain't. That sucks. Oh man, I've been tucking here and haven't been doing that. Thanks. All right, let's try this again. Let's start over. Okay. We're doing Farming Simulator 22 tonight. That's kind of obvious because you come and join me. We're going to do Elm Creek, and we're going to do hard economy, hard settings, turning everything on so that makes it a little bit more difficult for us. These are the mods that we're going to be using. We're going to be using a very select few of mods. Course play. Course play is mainly for your single player type scenario game that you're going to be using a lot of AI farmers to help you, either harvest your crops, do certain things, transport goods from one place to another. Course play it makes the AI better. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to be playing with course play. So that's our first mod that we're going to be using. I have this mod called These Taters. Now, that isn't actually a mod that does not exist at this current moment in time. It's one of my own personal mods that I created. I created it actually back in Farming Simulator 15. So right now I'm just trying to update it and get it working into Farming Simulator 22. It's a completely unique mod that it doesn't exist with anybody else. And I just got to get it finished updating to the current version. It would be pretty cool because that'll be some unique content for it. And then we have this wagon here. It's not really going to use it, so I'm not really interested in that one. Autoloader, yes, we're going to use Autoloader in conjunction with this Stratman SK802 pallet loader. That's going to be autoloading the pallets from, we don't have to worry about, getting forks and stuff and, grab and hold the different pallets and try to load them up on the trailer. This allows us to do that automatically. The Vicon Fast Baler. It's a pretty cool little mod that if you like round bales, not really a giant fan of round bales, but I guess it'll work. But it'll also wrap them, so you can make silage real easy. You can bale and wrap your bales all in one go. And plus, this baler here you don't need to stop, so you don't have to slow down, stop, unload your bale, wrap it, and then keep going. Now this here actually allows you to keep going as a round baler, so it does pretty good. So these are the mods we're going to use. We're going to use 1, 2, 3, 4 mods for our game. Pretty simple. All right, so let's get started. Brand new game, brand new save, so we'll get going and see what happens. Appreciate everybody coming out and enjoying the evening with me. Oh, for a new game, it sure is taking a while. All right, here we go. All right, we're going to create our little dude here. So make sure I don't hit the A button. I'm going to be confirming. Yeah, well, that's fine. All right, so let's go down. Where's the bald-headed dude? There he is. Haha. All right. And let's see here. Yep, that works there too. Okay. Let's change the hair color. Yep, we'll select that one. Okay. Go back. Select that. Oops, I don't think I selected the bald guy. There we go. Let's see, select. Okay. All right, there we go. All right. So we have a mustache. Yeah, we got a little bit of a mustache here. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, so we're going to select that one. Okay. Clothes. There we go. How about something like that? Oh, hey, yeah, we're the bees. Oh, some coveralls. Oh, yeah, biker's outfit. Yeah, that's good. Um, Yeehaw, country pumpkin. uh, let's see here. Let's just go with some coveralls. Can't beat the coveralls. Sure, we'll select that one. There we go. All right. Yeah, we got some decent boots on. Sure, we'll leave it like that. Do we want a hat? Yeah, something other than that beret. Now, we don't want a cowboy hat. Nah, nah, nah. Something that looks decent. Just, yeah, a regular old ball cap. There we go. How's that look? Yeah, that'll work just fine. Okay, so we're going to select that one. All right, gotta have some gloves on. Yeah. Yeah, we got some decent gloves on. Yeah, we don't need no full riders. Yeah, the gloves we got's pretty good. You want any shades? Yeah, we'll just get some sunglasses. There we go. How's that? Yep, that'll work. Let's get some regular old glasses. All right, let's confirm this and let's rock and roll. Okay. So here we are in the lovely place. Now, we haven't bought any land or anything, so we don't own anything. All right, so let's do something about that right now. Let's see. Yep, go here. Now, I like to buy 56. It's a pretty decent. It's right across the street from the shop, so it's not going to be too bad. If we bought this one here, okay, let's select that one. See, that's going to chew up 266,000 of our money. 57. Oof, that's pretty good size. See, these wouldn't be too bad here either. Let's do 56. I mean, yeah, it's quite a bit of money to start out with, but we can clear a few things out. You can expand. Just it looks like expand a little bit, so it should be okay. All right, yeah, sure, why not? Let's go ahead and buy that. So we'll buy 50. We'll buy 56 to start out with. Okay. And yes, we're going to buy that. Okay. So let's get over there and see if there's what crop is there. Now, here's another thing. Another part we're going to add to our challenge is we're only going to buy, we're not going to buy any new equipment. So we're only going to allow ourselves to get used equipment. So we can buy used equipment, but we cannot buy new equipment. However, the mods, they are new only. So you're kind of screwed on that point. So I'll definitely have to buy a couple new trailers. But they're not that expensive, and it should be okay. The other thing is we can lease. We can lease as much stuff as we want. We can lease whatever we want, and that'll help us out. And we can actually go around and find all these little special things. Yeah, see, like right here's one. And get bonus money. So make us collectible. Hey, yeah, there we go. We got extra grand. So we can definitely do that and run around and look for that stuff. Okay, so here we are on this is our own property now. Oof, it's in pretty bad shape. We got lots of weeds. Looks like this crop is wheat. So we're definitely going to have to rent a combine, unless there's one available for sale that is used. Other than that, we're going to have to rent and buy ourselves a combine. Rent a combine. All right, so let's go into the shop here and see what's on sale. Okay, so we have, what is this? This is okay, that only holds grapes, so that's not going to do us any good right now. Here's a semi-trailer, or semi-truck, excuse me. It's not going to do us any good at all. Let's see. This is a potato harvester. It's not going to do us any good. Okay, so what is this? This is a spader prepares field for next sowing. Can be used instead of a plow. Okay, so that's an idea. We might use that. That's a spader. Okay, so 4.5 working with. All right, so we don't own anything right now. Let's, okay, so that means we're gonna need to rent something. Okay, so let's rent a, let's get a harvester. Okay, so we're gonna rent one. Now, we could rent a small one. Okay, that would be fine. We can rent a little bit bigger one, which would probably help us out a little bit faster. Let's just rent one of. Let's rent this one here. This Deutz Far top liner 4090. Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and rent this one. So we'll go to custom, and we want to let's see, wheel setup standard. Yeah, that's fine. So we're going to lease this. So how much is going to lease? It's going to cost? It's going to cost us $6,500. Oof. Well, you know, you do what you got to do. I guess that'll work. So yeah, let's go ahead and lease this. Yep, we'll go ahead and lease it. Sure, why not? Hopefully we'll make enough money to gain that back. All right, so we'll lease that. Okay, so now we have ourselves a combine. All right, we need to get a header. So we'll back up. Oops, go back in the shop. And we need a header. Okay, so this is a real small one. 6 meters, 7.5 meter. We'll do the. Yeah, we'll do this. We can do this header right here. Be fun. Gives us a little bit extra wideness. So yeah, we'll go ahead and see. Go to details, and we'll go ahead and lease this. Oof, there's another $2,000. Well, we're gonna run out of money before we even get started. All right, so now we need a tractor of some sort. Let's do a medium tractor, and at least have a little bit of horsepower, so we can get the field prepped and ready for the next sowing. Okay, so what size? Something around 300 horses would be good. You know, probably this New Holland would be pretty nice. Yeah, 213 to 313. Okay. Yeah, that would be pretty good. Oh boy, at least it's going to cost pretty expensive on that. I mean, we could go with a lot smaller tractor, but then we have to have small implements, and it just takes freaking forever to do anything. So yeah, we'll go ahead and spend a little bit of extra money and get a decent sized tractor. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and go with this T7 HD series New Holland. All right, so let's go ahead and do a customization, and we're going. Oh, that's not it. Let's go back. That one there. Okay. So engine size, we got start out with a 273 horsepower engine. Yeah, that should be okay. Should be okay, just like it is. Okay, let's go ahead and choose lease. Damn, another $11,000. Oof. Okay, well, whatever. Got to do what you got to do. Okay, so now we need a place to put our grain. So we need a trailer. Okay, so we'll just get a simple trailer here. Which one we want? Okay, so how much is that? 8,000. That's 12. Okay, 22 or 12 to 22. I think we'll do that one there. That's pretty cheap there too. Yeah, we'll do this one here. Pretty much holds everything. So we'll customize this. Okay, extensions. Yeah, we definitely want some extensions. Oh, no, standard. Yeah, we'll go with the extensions. Okay. Standard tires is fine. Wide tires 3. Yeah, we don't need to spend any extra money there. All right, so we'll go ahead and lease this. All right, so there we go. We leased some basic equipment. So let's get going. We'll just turn that off so it don't get any type of copy striking. All right. And we are going to use a course play, so I'll get to show you what a course play does. All right, so let's go ahead and grab this. Makes you feel like you're driving it. Pretty cool. Oh, hey, get out of the way, car. I'm coming through here. Alright, so we basically just get yourself set up over here. Alright, and so now what we're going to do is we're going to set up a course play. So we'll go to our field location, and we're going to create a job. Okay, and we're going to CP, which stands for course play field work. Okay, now we're going to select our starting point here, and we'll go down. Okay, that looks great. And we want the first waypoint. Okay, so now we got to open up and generate ourselves a course. So that gives us our working width automatically, and then see up and down. We want smooth corners. Okay, so it doesn't make a real tight turn. Headlands, we'll just choose. Let's just choose like 5. See how that works. Okay, so let's generate a course. All right, so there you go. Now the tractor's actually going to follow those lines that are actually seen there, and it'll follow that and go back and forth. It'll get pretty good most of it, and we may have a few little spots we have to go back and actually cover, but not a problem. All right, let's close this out and let's get it going. Start job. All right, so now we have a AI worker. It's going to do all this for us. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay, in the meantime, let's go to our set up with this other tractor. Ooh, this is kind of nice inside. Look at this. Nice and fancy. Ooh, even extra seat. Hey, I bet that's a cooler for some beer. Okay. Well, this is kind of a nice tractor. I like this one. There we go. That better look both ways. Oh no, are we making? You know what we ought to do, just get to maximize the amount of money we get. Let's are we probably not. Oh yeah, we are. Okay, good. We're dropping down the straw. So yeah, that's good. That way we can come back and do some baling. I'll have to rent a baler, and we pick up all that straw, go sell it, make it a few extra bucks. Nothing too spectacular. A lot of weeds in this crap. That sucks. Lots of weeds. All right, so about 30%. All right, so what we're gonna do is make sure that all of our settings are actually turned on, which they should be. Okay, some general settings. So we have help window, yeah. Markers are on. Dollar, miles, Fahrenheit, acres. Okay, yeah, so we'll leave the radio turned off. Yeah, cameras, that's all fine. Okay, so that's, yep, that's all good. Okay, so that's good there. Okay, so this will be scale's fine. I'm just going to drop down to real time. Okay, difficulty of the economy is hard. Tracker is turned on. Seasonal growth is on. Days per month is 1. That's fine. Fixed visual month. I don't know what that means, but snow is on. Yeah, so you have a crop destruction. You have the periodic plowing required. Field stones, lime requirement. Yeah, weeds, dirt on the vehicles. So yeah, we're pretty good on that stuff there. All right, cool. And right now, all we're doing is just waiting for a combine to come by, and we'll go ahead and empty it out. Alrighty. Alright, as you can see, it's not real exciting here. All we're doing is gathering some crops. About 50% full. Come around for another pass. If I can do this through the cab. Am I not close enough? Oh, I'm too far. We're getting there. Does look pretty cool from the side of the cab. You know, this courseplay mod is more like what is in kind of somewhere like what's in real life, which is a GPS system. Driver doesn't actually drive the tractor; it just kind of goes by itself. Pretty neat. Overall, Courseplay does a pretty good job as far as getting most of the field. Now, sometimes we'll use it, or, well, for the most part, yeah, we will probably use it. But then there's going to be a few times that we may not use it. You know, like the corners there, we'll have to go back and grab. Not a big deal. You know, here we can also see if there's any jobs available too. So let's check that out too. Okay, so there's a baling job. We can do that. Spraying job. So that'll give us a little extra money there. Field 19. Yeah, you know, we might end up doing something like that. Okay. Looks like our trailer's just about full. And we got a full trailer. There we go. All right. So now what we'll do is we'll go over here to the grain pool east and actually store our grain in it's like a public storage in a way, but it's actually not a public storage. It's actually a sell point that you can actually use for the train, but we're actually going to be using it as a grain storage though. All right, just pull right in here. All right, so we'll unload that. That looks pretty good. All right. We can buy some businesses that'll actually improve our profit too. But we're going to first start up buying a bunch of greenhouses. The greenhouses are your best way of getting a constant source of income. Okay, so what is it doing now? Looks like it's missing a little bit again. That's alright, we'll fix it. Yeah, usually course play does pretty decent for most of that stuff. You might get a few misses here and there, but that's alright. No idea what it's doing. Okay, there it goes. It stops. You know, we could do chickens too, because chickens do pretty good. chickens, some greenhouses. It'll give some pretty good steady income. And we'll expand this field too to make us try to get as much money as we can. Was it missing some more again? Quite a few steps you got to do whenever you're going to set up a field for next sowing. Right. Hooray. Hey, look, no hands. Haha. All right. Okay. Yeah, some areas are gonna miss that. I have to go back and redo. I missed quite a bit this morning. We're going to go ahead and just cancel the dismiss the ad. We're going to do a clean up here. Get out of here, you crow. Now we'll have to rent some more equipment, some baling equipment to bale all this straw up. Do that, and then we'll also bale the sides and get for some grass. We'll bale that up. Let's go ahead and cancel that course play. And clear course. Go. Yeah, there's some trees we need to clear out too. Get all that done too. Some more we gotta clear. See these little areas that obviously missed. So hopefully we can actually get enough money by next year to rent more equipment, because unless we're able to get a good steady income, which I know we will from the greenhouses. There we go. We'll do pretty good from the greenhouses. They'll give us a good steady income, but usually you only want to sell when once a year, so you get the best price for it when it's at its highest demand. We'll spend a lot of time getting everything set up and going. Because this little bit of grain that we got from this is really not going to do a lot, give us a lot of money for it. We'll get some. You know, don't get me wrong, we'll get some. This one harvest, though, is not going to be enough to, might be enough to pay back for what we rented. That'd be about it. We just get our money back, it'll be fine. But we're actually not going to be selling it right now, too. We're actually going to save it. We're going to save it because we're going to get some chickens. Get some chickens, we can turn all this grain into eggs, which is a huge difference. And I'll show you that what I'm talking about there. Chickens are pretty easy to mess with, so we just give them some grain and voila. Doesn't take a lot of grain either, so. We'll go buy some chickens. We don't even have a house. I mean, that's how broke we are. we some pole farmers. We don't even own a house. We'll get us a little trailer. That's still gonna be like 20,000. Each greenhouse we're gonna get that's 10,000 a piece. I want to get at least 10, so that's gonna be $100,000 right there. But what's nice is once you do about 10 months, you gain your money back. So after that, after the first 10 months, then it'll be pretty much free. Or it'll be not free, but you'll get your money's back. It takes 10 months to pay for itself. Let's get that pipe out. Should be everything. Yeah. Alright. We'll do is we'll hang on to we might pay for one more day for the harvester, because we might get a job to go harvest something else. And if we do, hey, we already got the equipment, that would be great. We can get extra cash doing that. Okay, so for now we're just going to go ahead and park this over here. The way I know this area right here is completely out of the way. All right, let's shut her down and switch tractors. Okay, so go ahead and dump this, and then let's get some baling equipment. Now I like the square bales over the round, and the reason behind the square bales is, for one, they won't roll away. That's the biggest thing, and plus, you can just go as fast as the baler can go, and it'll keep baling. The rounds, unless you get the Vicon fast baler, it just isn't worth it. I mean, yeah, you don't have to. You can do the wrapping too at the same time. So I mean, yeah, there's advantages and disadvantages to each. The square bales you have to wrap separately. The round bales, you can get a round bale attachment to it, so there is that. Okay. Now there are some of those collectibles that are around here. We got to jump out since we're here and go see if we can find them. Let's see. Yep, there's one. All right. Hey, here's an extra $1,000. At this stage, yeah, you need as many of this stuff as you can find. Okay, so there's that. I think there might be maybe some in here. I don't know. Let's find out. Oh, see right here. Doesn't look like it. How about around here? Oh, there's a ladder. Might be some up there. Let's go. Go. Yeah, we'll put this ladder here. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on. Yeah, there's one. Hooray! Okay. Yeah, there is no fall damage, so you don't have to worry about me. Oh no, I fell down. Oops. Yeah, doesn't matter. Alright, looks like, I think that was all that's around this area, just a couple of them. Alright, we are going to be keeping this tractor for a while, so we're using it. Alright, let's drop off this trailer. Now, we don't have to bale it. You know, we could just pick it up with a forager and go sell it that way. You know, that wouldn't be too bad of an idea. But baling's, I like baling. You know, and why not? So then I can go ahead and bale this outside and turn it into silage. Yeah, I think we'll do baling. Okay, let's go in the store, and we want to, let's see, we're going to need baling technology. So we will need a mower. Look at the mowers. These two here are great, so they're pretty cheap to rent, so we'll definitely be renting those. Sure, we go ahead and rent them now, that's be fine. Lease this. Okay. And then detail, we're going to lease this one. Okay. All right, let's go back out. Bale loaders. Yeah, see, here's the round one, which is great, but we're going to be using this one here. So yeah, we're gonna need this. So we'll lease this. Okay. And then we will get a baler. We're gonna do square bales. Okay, so here's our square bales. We got this one. We'll just do the cheapest one. The New Holland, we just should be fine. Yeah. Well, 59, 245 horsepower, 230 horsepower, 13 ton. Okay. So as far as leasing cost, looks like the Crone was actually the cheapest. Sure, we'll do the Crone. It's the cheapest baler. Requires a little bit more horsepower though. And the truck we're using, or the tractor we're using right now, has 273. So yeah, we'll be fine. We're fine on horsepower. All right, so go back to balers. The Crone one. Okay, customize and lease. All right. So now that we leased it, now we need ourselves a windrower. And we're just going to lease the big one. Yeah, we'll just do this one right here. All right, so details and lease this one. Okay. All right, so that's a lot of equipment just to bale a field and pick up and everything. So, all right, first thing we're going to do, we'll go ahead and get the windrolling done. All right. Turn on the... Oh, do I? Oops. Is that better? My bad. All right. We can do this ourselves, or we could hire a worker to do it, but I think just do it ourselves would be fine. It is cool how it expands and everything. Let's see, and lower and put it on. So this gather up all the, you can run two, it looks like it. That's fine. It'll combine these two rows into one. That looks pretty cool. Well, at least we'll have a lot of things we got to do with this field, so. All right. This looks nice. Having a good setup, you know, you can kick back, relax. You know, got a nice chair here. We're doing pretty good. Just a little bit. Nice tractor though, I like this one. Not bad for no medium. Farming, this is what we're doing. Yeah, well, we'll miss a few little sections, not a big deal. We can always come back and fix that. Should be our last row down the Windmore. Now there was a job for baling a field, so since we already got the equipment rented, you know, that'll just be money in our pocket. That'll pay pretty much pay for some of our leasing costs. Go ahead and raise up. Hold it up for now. And we'll stick it over here. Again, I know this little area here is out of the way, so. Alright, let's go grab the baler. Get this stuff baled. We pulled the bale. Lower the pickup. And then here we go. Let's turn it on. Growing up as a kid, I used to we used to do a lot of baling around here, so yeah, this is all very familiar territory for me. Kind of brings you back, you know. Kind of neat. Except, yeah, it was a small square bales, and you know, we get paid a nickel a bale to put it up on the trailer, a whole nickel. So hey, you do 20 bales, you got you $1. Woohoo! I mean, heck, you know, it was back, you know, early 80s, so, you know, early 1980s, so, I mean, yeah, $1 back then was a lot more than it is now. Heck, you can't even buy a soda with a damn dollar. That's pretty sad. I mean, what is it now? Like, what, almost $2 for a 20-ounce bottle? Sometimes even more than that. So, yeah, you can't even buy a soda for $1. Hell, I don't think there's even any, you know, value menu you know, any 99-cent menus anymore. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, this is what I like square balers is you just keep going. You don't have to actually stop or anything. Your speed doesn't slower or you know, slow down or speed up or anything like that too. So that's kind of nice. Oh, we can watch them fall out. There we go. Whoop. We're pooping bales. You know, we might miss a little bit here and there. Not a big deal. We'll go back and clean it up. Heck, now you offer a kid, you know, hey, you want to make a nickel a bale? They'll look at you and laugh. Man, I want at least a quarter. Of course, anymore, you know, you're dealing with the big, huge round bales that weigh like a ton or something like that. So, yeah, you know, the older bales, you know, they were between what 40 to 50 pounds. You know, you toss a few bales up on a daggum trailer, you know, you get your rear end wore out pretty quick. So. Yeah, and then in my early adult years, I was a farmhand for a couple of years, and we did a lot of baling in. I ran the square baler, and it was the small square bales like I was used to when I was a kid, so that was kind of neat. It wasn't the big monster square bales that there are now. So yeah, it's kind of cool. You know, you kind of get, you know, I'm sure some of us that are older, you know, kind of can recognize, you know, hey, you know, it's kind of cool, you know, back then doing some baling or whatever like that. Get to see that stuff, you know, all into a game. This game's really has changed over the years too, so it's gotten better throughout the years. You know, I think I've got this originally on Xbox 360. Still own my Xbox 360 too. So I've got it on Xbox 360, and it started out at on Farming Simulator 13. So then I switched over to do the PC side when it became Farming Simulator 15. A lot of neat little things were introduced into the game. I think some of it was it main thing was, I think it was forestry. Yeah, that's what it was, forestry. That was the big thing in 15 was forestry. You gain a lot of money that way too. I did sheared off so many pins when I used to bale. That's always annoying. There's this big giant flywheel, and as this flywheel is spinning, it's what keeps everything going. You know, even though you stopped or need to turn around or something like that, you still have this big huge flywheel spinning. And if you messed up on anything or it hit anything, it would there was a little pin that you put in there, and it was called a shear pin. What it does is it will disengage the PTO of the tractor from the actual baler, so it doesn't mess up the equipment. It'll shear off that pin instead. Yeah, I'd screw things up and pop a pin in here and then. But it would happen. Not a big deal. You just put another pin in and turn everything back on. Keep going. So we're gonna get quite a few little bells here. Pick up any scraps that we missed. Oh yeah, we missed quite a few scraps. Every little bit counts. See if we can nudge this bill away. This here. There we go. Now see the round bells, they make you jump right up on them. Bit here. Grab that. Can't turn it tight enough, so we'll get this here. Oh, must have ran over a bale a little bit. I do like the music in this game, but tried playing or put it on video on YouTube got copyright stuff on it. Are they monetization or some crap like that? So I think the music you play on Twitch should be just fine, but I like putting some of these videos on YouTube too. So there's that. And if I don't have it on any music going on, then I don't worry about it too much. Scraps there. We'll get this, pick this up there. And then we'll start baling the outside area. That'll give us some more bales. You know, we got quite a few bales out of this little bit here. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Got a few little more places for some scraps. Now we got to pay for all of our rented equipment somehow. So we're not buying anything unless it's used. There's some scrap there. Although by leasing a lot of stuff too, that gives us kind of an advantage, because then we can lease, you know, bigger equipment. We don't have to start out real small and then work our way up. You know, if I want, you know, large freaking tractor, if we can afford the lease, sure, why not? You know. Let's see if I can back up here. So yeah, even though we just started, it'll help things out. All right, anyone who's just joined, we're doing a brand new save here on Elm Creek. We're using a total of 4 different mods: Courseplay, an Autoloader, a couple Autoloader mods, and what's called the Vicon Fast Baler, which is a round baler that does pretty good. All right, I think we've gotten everything picked up. The other thing we're also doing is we're not buying any new equipment. We're limiting ourselves to only used equipment only. However, we can lease whatever we want. So we'll be leasing all kinds of equipment. Right now, getting some bales done. Turn off the baler and oops, let's unload those. Right, cool. Okay. So we're done with the best baler at the moment, and let's do some mowing. So everything we have right now as far as equipment goes, we absolutely own 0 equipment, which I can show that to you. Let's go in the so if we owned any equipment, it'd be right here. We're leasing everything currently, and this is what's available for us to purchase, which is all used equipment. So we're going to purchase only used equipment only. Now this might do pretty good. Okay, it can be used instead of a plow. Okay, we might need that. So that might be pretty good. All right, instead of picking up those bales, what we're going to do now is we are actually going to do some mowing. We're going to mow the area. Now there might be a couple things we absolutely have to buy, because they just don't go on sale. For instance, mods. Most mods don't go on sale at all. So there's a couple, even though we've got a few mods, we'll have to, come on. Yep, there we go. Oops. I've been summoned. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. Kind of had a real life emergency going on. Dad was having a low blood sugar, so we had to take care of that. Kind of a bit of an emergency. So he's doing good, better now. All right, so I guess we can go ahead and get back to playing what we were doing. All right. So we were fixing to start mowing, so we can go ahead and unfold everything. Alrighty. Let's get everything unfolded. We're going to mow these outside areas, mow everything we can, then what we'll do is we'll windrow all that. And yeah, go from there. Alright, let's lower. Turn it on. Alright, let's lower and turn it on. Here we go. Well, we're doing some mowing. So yeah, you know, low blood sugar things, you know, that's kind of an emergency. Kind of had to stop what I'm doing and take care of that. Alright, so how far can we get on this? I know it's pretty good. So, yeah, we'll be alright. Yeah, you'll see some of this not being mowed, some of it will be. That's because actually we don't actually own this little bit of piece of land. And the game says, hey, you don't own that land. You shouldn't be mowing that. But we're still going to mow it anyways. Get a few extra little bales by doing this. Hey, a few extra bales, right? Always good. Alright. So yeah, like kind of, you know, a little bit of mercy. So everything's okay now. We're doing good. We'll be good. Get some mowing, and we'll go ahead and probably go ahead and turn it into silage. So what we'll need to do is we need to rent another piece of equipment here. Right, that tree has got to be gutted. Gotta go. Kill that tree. So that's going to interfere with my mowing. Oops, back it up. Yeah, we'll take care of that tree here in a little bit. Yeah, see, like all this stuff here, we can clear out all this, clean all this up, get rid of all these trees. We'll take them over to matter of fact, we could do that right now, kind of clear up all this junk. We're going to kind of need to anyways. There you go, get this deal. Oh, you don't own this land. Really? Yes, I know that. So you can actually bring the field out all the way out to here if you want. I've done that before, but yeah, I'm not going to go out that far. It's actually kind of nice because then you can have a little bit more land to mess with. Up. Right. Get all this mowed. Yeah, see, if you're a diabetic, whatever, you get low blood sugar, that can be a serious thing. So you gotta get that sugar back up so it's, you know, sweets, whatever. Kind of a bad deal. Can be, anyways. Very can be. Alright, so the easiest way to get rid of all those trees, we'll have to buy ourselves a chainsaw. We're going to chainsaw them down, rent a forklift. Well, not a forklift, but I don't think this tractor's got it on it. No, it doesn't. Okay, so we'll have to modify this tractor here to which to put a what it's called. I know what it is, just can't think of it. Front loader. There we go. Golly, I'm terrible. We'll rent a front loader for it, and that way we can pick up those trees and, you know, cut them down a little bit, chop them up a little bit, and way we can then go and sell it. Sell all that wood. Make us a little bit extra cash. It's good. Right. Mo. All right, show you how to get rid of those bushes without buying a. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. All right, so we're going to get rid of all these bushes without purchasing or renting a specific piece of equipment that is used for doing it. All right, we're basically just going to plant a meadow. Okay, so we'll do that and see how it'll get rid of that bush there, and it'll give us a little bit of grass to cut. That does cost a few dollars in order to do this. You look at it as well, you know, either doing it this way is kind of probably more cost efficient anyways. It would be to actually rent the equipment that we need in order to do it too. And by doing it with this small paintbrush here, going to where it says, hey, you don't own this land. Should be around over here somewhere. Go. There's that one. Yep. See, okay, so that part here we don't own. Let's see. Okay, we got that one. There's that one. That's good. Okay. There's some more we're getting rid of. Yep, we get all those. Fill in all that so we can mow it. I don't know, maybe we should go ahead and chop these trees down, move the trees out first before we finish mowing. Probably be the easiest thing to do, fastest way to do it. Let's see if we get rid of those. Yeah. Awesome. And get rid of all that. And we're going to spend a little bit of money doing this. We'll also make some money back too. So. All right. I think we've got all that we need to get from all that. Yeah. See, so I got rid of all the bushes. Yay! Now, I don't think with these bushes here, this is not owned by me. I don't own this land here, this little section here. Okay, how about over here? Oh, yeah, I can get rid of that one. Don't own that land. Okay. All right, so, yep, got rid of everything we can get rid of. All right. So let's go ahead and finish mowing. Zoom in here a little bit better. Let you see what we're doing. Yeah, it'd probably be better if we just chop these things down first. They make it a lot easier to get in here. Oh, shut up. Now, even if we chop them down with the chainsaw, which we'll actually have to buy, so we got to spend a little money for that, we can still move them around with the tractor without using the front loader. Oh, excuse me. Then for all this, we use our wind roller to get all this, making some nice little rows for us. Get it baled. And yeah, we'll rent a, what's it called? We'll rent a bale wrapper. Go and go around and wrap all these bales. Yeah, when you're buying a new piece of property, you gotta clean it up. And everything to get it all nice. We don't have to do what I'm doing right here. I mean, it's kind of like one of them things, why not? You've got the equipment, might as well. Yeah, having all these trees out of the way, that'd be very handy. Make this job a lot easier. Might just go ahead and chop them all down. Or chainsaw them all down, get rid of the bloody things, and then we'll deal about mess with getting it moved and sold. Yeah, 'cause you could mow quite often. I think you can get like 3 or 4 mows from one area. Oh. All right. Oh, it's just like real life. Gotta mow the lawn. Yeah, before we windrow all this, we definitely have to get rid of all those trees. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard time with windrow. But we'll make some good money with all that. At least we should, anyways. I'd be surprised how many bales you can get out of this. Actually in real life, I actually do enjoy it. You get on the tractor, start mowing the lawn or whatever, and it's kind of peaceful. Just you and your thoughts and grass, trees. So I actually kind of do enjoy mowing. What did I miss there? Yep. Right. So, everything mowed. And pull that up. And pull that up. At least for now. Let's drop it right here for now because we are going to be using it here in a little bit. Alright, so let's modify this tractor a little bit so we can get a, we'll need a weight and put a front loader on it with a forestry claw. Alright, so here's how we modify our tractor. Go here. Oh, we can't customize it. Oh. Okay, well, I guess because we don't actually own this, we can't customize it, so we didn't do it at the beginning, and that sucks. Okay. Well, I guess let's go for plan B, which will be rent more equipment. Alright, so we gotta do another. Alright, so we have a choice. We can do an actual front loader, a wheel loader. Yeah, aren't these things pretty expensive? Yeah. It's 9.1 tons. A telehandler. These are pretty nice. I like messing with these. Okay. Here's a skid steer. Oh, like a bobcat. Okay. Miscellaneous stuff. Okay. What is that thing do? This machine collects materials from the ground and tips it into a treader. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Something we probably won't use, but at least not right now. Okay, so excuse me. Do a telehandler or rent another tractor. So doing another tractor wouldn't be too bad because then we can still use it for other things. Yeah, let's do another tractor. Doesn't have to be too big, but we don't want it too cheap either. Power shift, variable shift. It's 190 horsepower. Loss. Okay. This Deutz is pretty good. I've had that one of those before. It's a pretty good tractor. May not have to go to something too expensive. Okay, so that'd be 200. We go up to 200 horse with that. Probably be okay. Let's see. I mean, could actually just get an actual something like this. I mean, this would work just fine. And does this have an actual? This has got a crane on it. Yeah. Okay, so we can actually pick it up, load it here on this trailer, and then haul it to go dump it. This might actually be a better deal. Although having a second lease track, how much is it going to cost for this thing? Let's see. Check out the lease kids. 11 grand. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is probably. Or I could do a trailer chainsaw. Let's see, the trailer itself. Okay, the trailer, if I'm going to buy a trailer, All right. It's going to be this autoloader trailer to actually buy it. Okay, so we'd actually buy this trailer. Yeah, right here. So it's going to cost actually $9,000. I mean, we're going to need one anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'll go ahead and buy one of these. All right, let's change it. The capacity. It's going to be the bale, auto load bale. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, colors are fine. Let's see, different tires maybe. Y ones. Sure, why not? No tires set up on it, so. Okay, yeah. So these here won't actually be leased, so we'll actually have to buy this. All right, so it'll actually be the very first equipment that we're buying, and their only piece of equipment probably we'll have to buy. So we can actually chainsaw, place it on here. Any bigger pieces we either cut up to smaller pieces we can grab a hold of, or we could have front loader. Tough call there. So I'm not going to get a whole lot of money from chopping up these trees and getting rid of them. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it this way. All right, buy that. Okay, that's the only thing we're going to buy for now. So now we need ourselves. We could just rent a telehandler, because a front loader itself, these are great if you have a tractor already designed for it. We don't, so we'd have to actually rent another tractor and that. But if we're going to do that, we might as well just rent a telehandler or a wheel loader. See, cheapest telehandler is this one right here. 4 tons, 4.8, 4.8. Okay, so that's 56,000. Is there any trailer tractors we could rent? Be small. Can't do too small because if you do too small, then it just won't pick it up. You know, chainsaw on this would actually still sounds pretty good. It's 11 grand. $11 grand to release. That's 180. That was 216. So this is an actual truck. Take a look at this. Okay, so it's got a crane on it, and pick it up and drop it in here. So how much is it to lease this? 9 grand. Okay. That might be more doable, because then I wouldn't have to worry about getting a tractor. Okay, so a tractor, that's another 5 or 6. We might save a few pennies if we do it that way. I think our best bet yet would be we lease this. So yeah, let's go ahead and lease this. All right. We can change colors or anything. No, I can't buy it. No. We're not worried about the lease or the colors. Let's just go ahead and lease it as is. All right. Okay. There we go. Go ahead and lease that. Oh, I do need to buy an actual chainsaw though. Miscellaneous? No. Where are the chainsaws at? Ah, how about chainsaws? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, doesn't really matter. Yeah, sure, we'll buy a steel. Okay, so that we have to actually buy. And then we need a bale wrapper. Okay, we got to have for square bales. So that'll be this one right here. going to lease this one. 2,000, not bad. Oh, there, we can change the color of the wrapper. All right, so let's do that. Blue, black, that'd be cool. Black would be neat. Green or white. Let's go black. Black or green? Black or green? We'll go green. Green is good. Okay, so lease this. All right. Okay. So let's get rid of the trees now. All right, get our chainsaw, rotate, squat down. There we go. All right. All these lamps here. Yes, we're jumping up in the air and with a chainsaw. You think that might be safe? Probably not. Probably not the safest idea we've had today. Okay. Monkey Man driving a Mark with Madison. Hope you're not afraid of heights. There we go. Alright, now we delived it. Now we'll go ahead and. Some of these limbs we might actually be able to just pick it by hand. We can, and great, you know. Go. Okay. That let him go. He just disappeared. Yeah. Yeah, I haven't disappeared too. I guess it must have been too small or something. I don't know. Alright. Let's pull our chainsaw. Let's see if we can grab any of these limbs. Alright. B to pick up. There we go. Hey, yeah, we can. Alright. Load it up here on the trailer. Really? Like I can pick up the big giant land thing, but I won't be able to pick it up with my hand otherwise. Let's see. Come on, slide in there. There we go. Go. All right. Okay. How do we use this thing? Probably. Ah, there we go. Okay. We probably ought to pull up a little bit. Oh, unfold truck. Okay. There we go. Oh wow, puts the little steps and stuff down. That's cool. Aha. Oh wow. This is cool. Never really played with this piece of equipment. Okay, so we have that view, that view. In, out. Okay. Oh wow, we can actually drive it from here. That's cool. Usually you can spin it. Okay. Maybe you can't spin this one. In, out. Yeah, rotate. It's just picking up that cord. Ah, there it is. Got to figure out all the controls here. There's our closing. Okay. So that's in and out. Left and right. Okay. Drop it down a little bit here. Boy, this is interesting. Bring that back in. Let's just drop it. Say what? Nah, not really. Hashtag, can you do better? There we go. We'll just smash it down. There we go. Even if we have no idea what the hell we're doing here. Okay. This is cool. Yeah. Okay, let's put this log back up on there. Come on. Get up in there. Okay. Let's see. So we get the fold now. Boy, all that just for that one deal. Probably going over the top. Chop this one down while we're waiting for it to unfold. Go, slice and dice. Now, this one here, you can actually just cut one limb. And the two pieces are actually light enough to actually pick up. Give all these limbs and stuff. Yeah, here's that one. There we go. A little bit more. Okay. That away. So we can actually pick this up. There's actually another trailer that I like. It's you hook up to a semi. It's actually a heck of a lot better than this thing, because the bars you can actually work a lot easier than you can with these bars here. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm thinking that using the trailer, the tractor, and we've been actually doing a lot better. I was just loading that onto this. This is the first time I've ever used this piece of equipment. So let's go ahead and chop down the rest of these trees. Now here's the thing too, we can probably just load the whole tree up on the big truck and instead of chopping it up. We could just do that. I guess you're gonna be a stubborn tree. There it goes. Yay. There's deer. Get my gun. I'm hungry. Get some venison. Oh no, we're gonna eat Bambi. Yep, he tastes pretty good. All right, probably what, 1 or 2 more trees? Yeah. You know, I'm gonna see if we can just load up the whole daggone tree. Not trying to cut it up or anything. We don't have to cut it up. We can just load it up. Great. Let's do that. Get up and out. Okay, let's see. Get up a little bit more. Spin it. And just that's the most easiest thing to do here. Alright, I think we can ungrapple it. Alright. Think. Yep, honk honk. Alright, let's fold. And let's go ahead and strap everything in and go ahead and push some of this. We got trees in our cab. Nice. Alright, yeah, we'll go sell this. Come back and grab us some more. Oh, hello. What happened here? Hey. Must have ran into that car. Out of the way, car. Yeah, honk your horn to someone else, you wanker. Alright, let's try this again. Let's kind of zoom out a little bit. Look, we gotta hurry. Do we think, can we go underneath this overpass? Whoa, hello, yeah. Hey, we got a few little issues here. Might be just because it's got some stuff stuck underneath it. On the outside somewhere. Alright, we're gonna try this. Can we go underneath it? Nope. Yeah, that figures. Okay. So we'll have to go over the tracks. Let's try to do that. Oh, we're just taking the whole tree. Why not? Now this is where your gamey aspect comes from. Oh, there we go. We hopped over the tracks. Heck, might as well stay off the road. Alrighty. Here's our sell point. At least, luckily, the sell point's pretty close. So. We're dragging bushes here. No, we're not dragging bushes. We're dragging trees. Alright, come on. Let's sell some wood. Alright, back it up. Alright. How much we're going to get? Not enough, that's for sure. All right, sell the wood. Another piece we missed. Let's see. Grab that object. There we go. Okay, and sell the wood. We got $11 for that stick. So how much money did we make from selling that tree and everything? Probably not much. Oh, what was our income? Woo! We made $390. Yeah. Yeah, we're really gaining money now. We keep renting equipment. We're gonna make it. We're gonna go bankrupt. I mean, luckily we still take out some loan, but yeah, here's some toys we can pick up. Okay, cool. Here's a give us. So this will give us a little bit more money. Collect it. There we go. Collect it. Yeah. Collect it. All right. Well, hey, we just made more money right there than we did for the selling of that tree. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay, so let's do another tree. You know, maybe let's do this way. Oh yeah. Alright, we might have to cut this big one up. Nah, where's the fun in that? Okay. So we have to unfold. Okay. So here we go. We're gonna do this in here. Not as easy as it looks. Okay, pick it up. Put our claw here. Grab a hold of it enough? Might be a little too heavy for this crane to actually lift up. Yeah, it's just dragging us along, so. Alright. I guess we're going to have to chop some of this up. Yeah, we're butts up in the air. It's just too big. Okay. Alright, let's get rid of all these stupid limbs then. Okay. Alrighty, there's that one. What do you mean you can't lift up this big tree? Yeah, you know, even having the crane there, I think the front loader would still been better. I'm used to it. The controller a lot easier to mess with than that crane. The crane's kind of difficult to deal with. It's not that. All right. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, green light. There we go. Go. Alright. Now I can see what the heck's going on with that one. Alright, let's finish doing this one here. Let's climb up the tree here. Right. Pop over here. Okay. There we go. Alright. So since our claw's got that one grabbed, let's just cut that one off. Go. Alright, so that should fix. Yep. Okay, so let's go ahead and cut the rest of these off. Okay. Just that one. So I guess some of these will actually I would have to maybe cut up. I mean, these trees here are the worst to mess with. Yeah, we could have turned them into wood chips. That would have been easier. You know, that could still be done. Probably save us a hell of a lot of time too. Turn them into wood chips. No, I don't want that one. There we go. Put that one off. That one just disappears. And this little pot over here disappeared too. Alrighty. Okay. Alright, just let's pick these up. Shove them in here. It's easier. At least he's not going to pick up by hand. I gotta check with some cream. Oh. Been cool if I could thrown it in there. Yeah, there's actually a better trailer that I really liked. Yeah, see, this is going to be too heavy, but might be able to cut it down a little bit. Okay, let's see if we can pick this up. Yeah, we pick this up. Okay. That's too heavy, so let's cut it in half again. That up. Okay. So say, yeah, too heavy. Alright, there we go. Now, if I can cut these other ones up where I don't have to use a goofy crane, okay, great. We'll get the crane on that one. Yeah, I think these other ones we might be able to do by clean. I don't know, let's see. Alright, so... around. Where's that one? Yeah, you know, I'm starting to get used to this little thing. So it's kind of interesting. Spin it a little bit. There we go. Ooh, right in there. All right. All right. Let's see. Hey, got that one. Okay, so I want to bring it in. I want to bring it up. Okay, and then bring it in. All right. Hey, I'm starting to get this thing down. Woohoo! Okay. This just takes a little bit of, I wouldn't say practice, but yeah. Bring it all the way in. Go. Okay, let's spin it this way a little bit. And do it that way. Come on, let go. Let's go on. There it goes. All right. You know, I'm almost tempted just to by hand than I am for this machine. It's different, that's for sure. Okay, can I grab that by hand? It's definitely different and kind of interesting. Pitched it right in there. Awesome. Would I buy this again or do this again? Hell no. They're just easier machines to use. So, you know, could I get used to it? I guess, maybe. Do I want to get used to it? No, not really. Alright, let's get this up. Not too heavy still, huh? Alright. I'll just cut that off right off. Sure, now we can get it. Alright. See, you're too heavy. And you're still too heavy. Not now. Okay. Yep. Throw it in there. Too heavy. Not now. now. Come on. Get in there. Whoa! Hit through over the side. Lovely. Probably easier to get it on this side anyways. There we go. Boy, the things we do to go farming. Alright, let's see. Cut this in half maybe. Too heavy. Let's cut it in half again. How about now? You can definitely get it now. Too heavy. Yeah, it's just easier to do it like this than it would be to let's get this one here. Okay. Really? Gonna cut you in half again? That piece. Just about got this thing picked up. Probably around here somewhere. Alright. Too heavy. On that. Yeah. How we get it? Ah. Again. Okay. Right. Okay. Where's that tree? Let's see. this here. Put there. Now there's a mod that you can get that where you can lift, like, you know, you got like superhuman strength or whatever like that. It wouldn't be too bad of a mod to have and to use. I might do that maybe later on, but for right now I'm quite content to just do what we're doing. Yeah, you can actually lift like big giant bales and stuff like that. So. I try to use very little mods, or if I want to use a mod, I want that mod to be helpful, so that it improves your gameplay, not makes it more complicated or anything like that. You know, out of here, dear. If I had a gun, I'd shoot you, make you dinner. These little trees here we can just pick up. There's some branches on it. Yeah, you're right. Oops. Drop it. Yep. Try this again. Oh, come on. Hang up on stuff. Yeah, come on. Alright, try this again. Get up there. There we go. It's in there. That's all that matters. It ain't got to look fancy. I think we best go ahead and unload this. Probably a good idea. Let's go ahead and fold everything up. There we go. Strap everything down. All right. Can't see anything. Ah! Run into poles. There we go. All right, here we go. Hopefully, we'll make more just to, $390. So far, we are not able to pay for this. You know, what we could do is, we had the money to do it, but not really. We can actually buy this facility. So we dump some trees into it, you buy it, and then how much is this facility? 60,000. You know, that would give us some income every once a year, which really wouldn't be a too bad of a deal. All right, sell the wood. Yeah, okay. Let's turn around. Alright, should be able to sell the rest of the wood. Yep, there we go. Alright. Alright, did we make more money than we did last time? Let's find out. Okay. Oh, hey, we up to, yeah, we did 4,000 that time. Nice. Okay. That's better. Better than what we were. It's a hell of a lot better. Alright, so we got a couple more trees to do here. Awesome. Okay, I'm not even going to unload it or unpack it or anything. I'm just going to do everything by hand. And it's really, yeah, small trees here. Might do is do that one. Oh, here's one I forgot to put down. Rotate. There we go. It does sound cool when you get tree falls. Sounds awesome. Oh, come on, get this thing moving. Yep, alright. Excellent. Come on, there we go. That one actually fell off. Oh. There we go. Go. There we go. Getting her done, getting her done. Awesome. Right. Here's that one. There's this one. Most of this one too. All right. I must be in this one. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. Okay. All right. Hey, looking good. Looking good. Come on. Give me the magic. There we go. All right. So now we just cut up a couple limbs and we can lift this tree up. Just cut it right there. Okay, so there's that one. There's this one. Okay. I'll cut these limbs off here. Alright. Okay. That one off. Yep. Whee. I'm so good at this, I can open up my own tree service. Not. Nope, not happening. This is farming, not tree service. There we go. go. Come on, give her that stupid thing. Where's it at? Okay, so we'll probably put this around about here. Alright, let's start putting some too heavy. Okay, how about now? Yep, pretty good. Loading all this in. Okay, aim at that one, other one, and then I got this one. Okay, whatever. Alright, that one. Okay. Alright, we're getting it done. We're getting it done. We cleared up all the trees, got rid of all the bushes. You're trying to get rid of all the trees. Come on. Stop being crazy. Yeah. Too heavy, no problem. Cut 2. Now we can pick it up. Get it in there. Okay. Go. We'll rent a stump grinder and clear off all these stumps. All right. Get it done. We'll get it done. Oh. Oh, that'd have been awesome if I was able to get that in there. But unfortunately, no. Stop it. That'd have been pure luck. Been pretty good though. Alright, gotta cut this one up a little bit. Right there, and maybe right about here. That's still too late. Alright, there we go. Yeah, it's so much faster loading it up by hand. It would have been to use a crane for all this monkey stuff. All right, that should be all the trees that we can cut down. Okay, hooray! Just gotta get a stump grinder and get all this stuff strapped down. There we go. Alright, let's go sell it. Alright, it's gonna be a long time before we need a truck like this or transportation of wood. Yeah, it's the only thing, yeah, we could buy that facility, but we really don't have no way of putting more wood into the facility. I mean, we could plant some trees and all that, but not. I'm sure that this piece of equipment here is not too bad. And I'm sure there's some people that can use it pretty good. I'm just not one of them people. I think I did okay with the crane. Oh, hey, you got rid of it all that time. Nice. Alright. Ooh, we didn't... Oh, we didn't make part of the crap off the wood again, did we? Jeez. Yeah, you just don't make much money off of it. It's like, whatever. Okay, so now let's get a stump grinder, grind the stumps. We're pretty well done with this thing, so. We'll just drive it all back over to the shop, drop it off and get our tractor. And then go ahead and grind the stumps. Then we'll come back and get everything windrowed. Or no, we got to finish mowing, then get everything windrowed. And then we can go ahead and start getting these bales done. So we don't need this thing anymore. Okay. So get over there. Oh yeah, stop grinding. Okay. We go back into forestry. Alrighty. Okay, we need a stump grinder. Yeah, this right here. This will do. Alright, at least that one. We sure have spent a lot of money leasing equipment, but that's all right. Okay, let's go grind some stumps. That tree there in the corner, we can't actually get that one because it's just out of our. We don't own that piece of land. Okay, so let's turn it on. It should go right over this and. Yeah, that one's gone. Okay. There's one here. Oop, that one's gone. There's one over here. And poof, it's gone. Alright, let's get this big one here. Uh-oh. Come on. Well, we got it. So, hey, that's all that matters. Alright, so let's get the rest of these. There we go, that one's gone. Is that a stump there? No, that's not a stump. Okay. There one's gone. There we go. Alright. So we could actually turn either this into farmland, which wouldn't be a bad idea. If we didn't want to turn it into farmland, we could leave it as grass, or turn it into farmland and then make it grassland. You know, we could actually improve the grass yield if we want to. That one's gone there. Okay. There we go. That one's gone. All right. Should be what? Yeah, one more. So we have options as far as what we want to do with this part of the land here. There we go. All right. So we are done with grinding stumps. All right. So let's just go ahead and detach that, and we'll go ahead and return that then. All right. Force equipment. All right. Let's return that. Okay, the force truck, we don't need that, so we'll go ahead and return that. Okay. All right. Well, let's get to, let's finish up our mowing. Okay. All right, unfold, lower, unfold, lower, turn that on, and turn that on. There we go. Okay, now we go ahead and finish up our mowing. Now that we don't have trees in our way, look at this, yay! It's good. Alright. All this here now. Again, it's nice because we don't have those trees in the way. Not running into anything. Alright. So we just need to figure out what we're going to do with this part of the property. We have options, so we can, again, we could either turn it into farmland, which wouldn't be a bad idea. All right, that should be everything we need to mow, yeah. Oh, there's a little bit I missed. Okay. All right, it's folded up. And go ahead and fold that up too. Go ahead and lace it up. All right. Let's get the wind wheeler rower. And I'm going to start baling. Wow, all that work just to get some bales done. That's okay. Alright, so patch that, back up a little bit. Okay. Right. Let's unfold this bad boy. Okay, let's turn it on. I'm not going to drop it here because Alright, let's get all this stuff windrowed. Excellent. Looking good, looking good. Here we go. I'm gathering that grass up pretty good. Hey, things looking up and up. Woo! Okay, so need to decide which end of the land that I want to put the can't think of the name of it now. Get out of the way, you bale. Greenhouses. There we go. Now, in my own personal game, I had it down on at this end of the map or the land, and wasn't too bad of an idea. The only problem is whenever you go to collect the pallets, that's where it was kind of a pain in the butt the way, because the way I set them, you just couldn't get very many together. So I might do a little something different. Could still use it on this end, which would be fine still, but do a little something different with it, and it might be all right then. Maybe change it up a little bit. Need to figure out something that's going to work good. But yeah, whenever the pallet, where it ejects pallets at, you just couldn't get to them very easily. So it made her kind of difficult to use. Kind of a pain in the ass to use, actually. So, yeah, we'll definitely figure out something a little bit better. Alright, let's go back this way. You know, hell, I wouldn't even mind turning everything into grass, but you know that's kind of silly too because we don't really have any use to it. I mean, we could do it as silage, which would be fine, and silage does sound pretty good. So that's an idea. Greenhouses, definitely want greenhouses, but I think putting it on the eastern side would be probably be a better idea than it would putting it on here on the west side. West side, you just kind of scrunch them up a little bit, and then we could turn a lot of this west side into plow it, and then have some actual farmland, create some more field on this end of the field. Probably would be more of a better idea, I guess you could say. I mean, down here was great because I was able to put 10 in, heading going east and west, but they were just so cramped together that it made it kind of difficult. Easy to put water in, but to get in the pallets, nah, not so easy. I mean, you could set it to just automatically sell, and then you get a steady income, but you'd also lose 35% of the value of whatever it is you're trying to do. So, I mean, that could be quite a bit, you know. 35% is 35%. Oh shit, I didn't mean to fold it, I just meant to pick it up. Alright, no big deal. So there is that, you know. Which 35%, that's quite a bit. I mean, you know, out of $1,000, that's, you know, $350 just to so I don't have to mess with pallets. I mean, it's kind of silly. You know, we have the autoloaders for pallets. So why not just use it that way? Why not just use it? You know, have it make the pallets. And then just turn all this into farmland, which would really be a pretty good idea. It wouldn't be difficult. All right, is that for pretty much most of it? Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and fold this up. Alright, time to poop out some bales. Woohoo! mean, heck, we still got to rent some more equipment just to finish off this field. So we still need to plow. There's a lot of stuff we got to do. Need a plow to grate some field, and banner on. Let's get her going. Now we're not making hay; we're making just grass bales. So, what we'll do is we'll wrap those and turn them into silage. We'll go ahead and pick up that few little scraps that are down in this area. There we go. Sweet. All right, back to the So if we turn it into farmland, actually on this side here that we're baling right now wouldn't be too bad to put all those greenhouses on. We could do that instead. That wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Putting all the greenhouses on that side might actually be pretty good. I mean, granted, they're cut away from some of the land that we're going to be able to bale. What's going on? Oh, stuck. Back up. So got too close to the wall. Yep. All right, come on. There we go. All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we can put them there. That would be pretty good to do it that way. Just gotta make sure you put enough space in between them to use putting the little tractor through. Put the Autoloader bale picker up or pallet picker up. Yeah, I think that'd be the best thing. You put them on that side, and then oh yeah, hell, I don't know. We're just gonna place them somewhere. I think that grass there's not on our land, so I have to come back and bring the windrow over and come back and fix that. So I can actually bale it. Yeah, there's a little section right there that we're gonna do too. Now there is a pretty good mod that you can get that's for square balers. It's already got the windrower attachment done to it, which I thought about trying that out. See how good it is. And that's actually a real piece of equipment. It's not a made up one. I mean, the piece of equipment that I'm going to be bringing in, that's completely made up. Right? It doesn't exist in real life. Which is fine, but hey, I'm going to use it for my own purposes anyways. I go to this. Yep, we'll pick it up. It's on somebody else's land. Yeah, you don't own this land. Really? Shut up. But here we go. I'm gonna keep missing something. replace that with a little river. Did we get it picked up? Nope, we didn't. Figures. Shut up, I don't own this land. I know that. I don't own the road. All right. Let's go ahead and get the windrower. Yeah, we did quite a few bales there. I have no idea how many. We'll figure it out soon. Yeah, one thing that's nice about the greenhouses is you basically turn water into cash, which is kind of cool. Need cash, get some water. Alright, so this will move this over. Okay. Should be able to pick it up now. Little pieces will be the same. And we'll drive right over it. There we go. Yep. Alright, there we go. Then fold it up. Now the only reason why I put it at the other end of the field here is because I know that land is, I don't own that land. I can't do anything with that little piece, so I know it's completely, having the equipment completely out of the way. It's always good sometimes. It's good. Alright. There we go. Alright, just about done with the baling. And then we'll go back and wrap up the bales that we need to, which would be all the green ones. Wrap those up and takes like 3 months from the time it's baled to the time it's wrapped to before you can actually sell it as silage. Alright. So it does take time for that to happen. It's not just instantly. Hey. Just about got her done. A little bit more. Okay. I think I saw a couple little bitty pieces of straw that's over here. Probably won't get it. More likely won't get us another bale. Which kind of sucks, but you know. It'd been nice if we gotten one more bale out of this. We're at 63% to getting another bale. Yeah, 63%. Dang it. Oh, there's a little chunk there. Or is that out of the range? Probably gonna say, hey, you don't own this land. It's like, really? Yes, I know. I don't own it. Ah, crap. Oh well. Let's go ahead and... I could... nah, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Okay, let's just go ahead and turn off the baler, unload these bales. There we go. All right. Yeah, it just sucks. There's quite a bit of bale. There's still some stuff in there. Okay, so let's go ahead and fold that up. Now we're not going to turn these balers, the baler, in just yet, because there is that job we can do to go do some baling. Okay, so let's just we'll take a look at that job. Okay. Oh wait, there's a bunch more jobs now. Okay, baling. Okay, mow the grass in field 19, then dry it with a tender and bale it. Take the bales to the animal dealer. The only thing we'd be missing would be the tedder. Okay, so we have a cultivating job here. Now, a lot of times you can rent the equipment that they give you, and it's not too bad to do it that way. Now, the fertilizing and spraying, we actually have to buy the herbicide in order to do that. Herbicide's kind of expensive, even though we do rent their equipment, we use their equipment to rent, but it's kind of expensive. I mean, that's going to be quite a bit of money there. Oh, excuse me. And for what they're offering for the rental, that's actually a pretty good deal. We'll probably do that. Do the rental. So pick that up. Oh, pick that up. Okay. So we'll drop this off. You know, I might go ahead and do that. Rent that, and lease that equipment that they're going to give us to do the baling. Probably a good idea. But we're going to use our own baler because that's a bigger baler. They'll probably do like little round ones. I don't know. But either way, we'll figure it out. All right, let me wrap these bales up. All right. We are. Here we go. All right. And we'll have to unfold it. That looks cool. And let's commence the wrapping. We have, okay, turn on automatic drop. Absolutely. Full bale. Okay, so we actually turned it on or anything. Okay, cool. We just run next to it. Yeah. This is cool. Look at this. Oh, that's tight. And I guess it's going to drop it. Yep, it'll drop it right there. Aha, that is cool. Alright, coming in. Come on, grab it. Oh, it's gotta be... It's actually gotta fit in there. Really? There it goes. Now, by wrapping these, this will actually turn it into what's called silage. Cool. Okay. That's pretty cool. Drops it down. Yep, there it goes.
Yeah, well.
Say hi, stream.
Hello, stream.
That's my son. Guess you just got home from work, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's a new save for Farming Simulator 22 we're doing.
Got your mod installed at all?
We're only using just four mods. I still got to work on the ones that I'm still creating, yeah. But we're just doing four. Course play, which is really good for single player.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Vicon Fast Baler, which is a round baler. I prefer squares. Square baler over round. Then the autoloaders for loading up the pallets. That'll make things a little easier. Cleared out all the trees and bushes that were here. It's taken quite a bit to do all that. Get everything done, anyways.
If I can buy a new drink.
Sure, certainly. Oh, hello.
Going back under the lab.
Now we'll just run over stuff. Oh. You said you wanted a drink?
Yeah.
Actually, I think I'll take me a small break and go use the restroom too. Alrighty, we are back. I had to go, playing too long. Alrighty, and we're back. Okay. So we're back to rapid bales. That is pretty cool, though. Yeah, he just stepped out, so you missed him. I'll tell him you said hi, though. You doing okay tonight? Yes, I know that. Good. Hey. Drop her down. Okay. Haha. That worked. I'll tell him you said hi though. Come on, there you go. And they're like giant square marshmallows. Only problem is I wouldn't want to eat them. Well, I mean, hey, if you like grass, and no, this is not the kind of grass you smoke. I guess you could, but I don't know if it'd be any good. Might be kind of funny. I used to see the joke, hey man, what you smoking? I'm smoking Johnson grass. Oh, really? What's it taste like? Chicken. Because everything tastes like chicken, right? Oh, gee, thanks. Wow. Okay. Hey. Uh. All right, one more. Oh, wow. Okay, so let's see. When's the best time to sell the... Okay, so we're going to make... We got some straw we can sell. So the best time to sell that would be in January. Okay. And then the silage, best time for that would be, looks like February. January, February. Okay. Okay. And we have the wheat, but that'd be January too. So but we actually want to save the wheat for the Build it up for some chickens. We're gonna get us some chickens. All right, so we'll drop this off. And we'll get our bale loader up. Oh. Okay, well, sorry. Hey! What the hell, car? Ram into me like that? Damn cars around here. No respect, no respect. All right, so let's, thanks for operating position. What the hell? Okay. Must be a woman drummer, huh? Yeah. I'm not gonna comment on that one. No, 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 no. Must be a woman driver. Yeah, sure, sure, yeah. No, no, not gonna comment. I plead the fifth. uh, nah, no, no, not gonna play that game. That is pretty good comment, though. I like it. Yeah, you can say it. You can say whatever you want. I'm just not going to make a comment on that. Might be some bad juju for me. In Bales? Pretty good. That's it. I can't get any more. Oh, just 14. Okay. All right, let's go switch to unload bales. Just need to find a spot to put it. Nothing important there. Alright, we'll drag these over here. Alright, and unload. Cool. Slower. We got like what, 3 more? Yeah. There's that. Let's go ahead and switch to unload bales. Alright, so now what we'll do is we'll wait until January to actually sell those. As long as it's out of the way, it'll be fine. Close. Well, that's pretty close. And load. Pour it down. Alright. I'll pick up all of our silage bales and stick them somewhere else. Got quite a few bales here. Well, it's supposed to be 13, and then this one here should be 14, so It's full load. Okay, let's go unload these. Find a spot to put them. Yeah, maybe over here by this industrial barn or something. Yeah, why not? Yeah, this is a good spot for them. Be out of the way. Don't have to worry about it too much. Alright. Go ahead and switch to unload. Go. Right. Operate. Alright, it's a couple more. There we go. And unload. So I'll unload this over here again. It'd be pretty close. Oh yeah. Can't get any closer than that. Drop it off. There we go. All right. So we get what, 14, 16, 18, 19 bales for silage, and what is it, 14, 17 for straw. That's not too bad. All right. So now we're going to do one of these jobs. That'll give us a little income. Okay. We'll do this one. Definitely. We could do this one and then just do a field 7. That's all it'd be worth. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we can do that one. Okay, so we want to borrow the items. Let's borrow the items. Okay. So that'll give us a couple things that we can actually use and give us another tractor at least. Okay, so we're going to take this bale loader all the way back up there to field 19. Alright, so here's what's kind of cool. We can let's see. Oh, this one. Okay, so we want it to drive up to 19. Where's 19 at? Here's 19. Okay, so we'll say set a destination. All right, and there we go. It should drive itself, which is cool. All right, we're going to, let's see, we need the tethering, definitely. Okay, so this is a tedder. Kind of small, but that's okay. It'll be right. Tedder and the mower. Get the mower. Oops. Okay. And we'll go ahead and dry this up there. Drop this. You know, I could either do a course play on this, and that probably wouldn't be too bad of an idea while we're getting the other stuff. So I need to bring the windrower and the big baler up. All right. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll do a course play. So we're going to create a job, field work, course play, set a, this indicates a field 2. Okay. Do the first one. Okay. That's wasn't on me. Oh, I hit the wrong button. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Sure, why not do 3? You know, here, we'll just do the maximum now. All right, and generate. Oops, wrong button. And generate. There we go. And close and start job. Okay, so while this thing, where are you going, dude? Okay, you are being stupid. And sometimes this happens because I didn't select first. Okay, so it's lower. Turn it on. It's lower. And exit turn on. Okay. All right. Where are you going? Whatever. We'll fix it later. There's some of this we're missing. No big deal. Let's go back to our news tractor. We're gonna start back up. All right, so we'll drop this off. Okay. Head back, go get the windrower. We'll get the windrower, and then we'll get the baler. Yeah, we'll stop next time at the next stop sign. Or the next one. I don't know. And a picture. Oh, let's check something out. Might have a problem. No, it looks like it's doing okay. No, it looks like it's doing okay. Might have to maybe refresh. No, it looks like it's doing okay. Might have to maybe refresh. No. Might have to maybe refresh. Oh, yeah, it looks okay. When I was looking at it. Is it still doing it the same thing, or is it okay? See, I logged out, and now it's the game. What do you mean it's the game? Is it not working at all? Oh, okay, it's working. Okay, good. Whoa. I ran that a little bit too fast. All right, let's drop this off. And go pick up the baler. Huh. Could have been where maybe internet got messed up or something. I don't know. I've never had that. I haven't had that encounter yet for that issue. Hey, as long as it's working now, that's all that matters, I guess, yeah? Well, probably by the time we get this done, that little bitty field should be already done. Looks like it. Yep. All right, we'll just do a cleanup, and then we'll continue on. Grab the tedder, or the winner over here. I can get that hooked up. All right, so you missed all kinds of stuff, you goober. Wow. Okay, well, let's see. We turn it on. Let's lower it and turn it on. Oh, this is bad. That bad. Left everything. Guess I should have used my little bit bigger motor that I have. Oh well. We'll get it fixed. Almost feels like you got to redo the whole damn thing. Oh, I see what it was doing. Of course, play. It was actually going by the implement on the back end, not the front. So that's why it. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense now. Yeah, it was actually going by the tedder, not the mower. So next time, be careful about that. A little bit more careful. Okay, no big deal. At least we get it figured out now. Or at least figured out why it was doing what it was doing, so that's good. Yeah, we're definitely missing quite a bit. That's all right. All the tedder does is turn the grass into hay. And that way you make hay bales instead of grass beds. Hey. Mm-hmm. Bye. How much can we just cut down? Well, we're not in the field. Cool. Yeah, okay. On the edge. We get quite a bit more on the side. Alright. Take as much as we can get. This means more money for us. Alright, so that's the edge there. Alright, so where else did we miss? Oh yeah, so we missed it here. A bit there. course. Mhm. Okay, looks like we're pretty well done. Maybe a few blades of grass we missed. Like for the most part, we got it all. Right. Okay, so let's lift and turn it off. Let's lift and turn it off. There we go. Okay. So we're kind of done with this one for the moment. Right, and unfold. All right, here we go. at all this wind road. Alright, let's fold that up. Set this over here. Get our baler. And hold. All right, let's get baling. So I did finish off that other grass bale that was still partially in the machine. That's interesting. Good to know. All right, clean up the scraps. I missed quite a bit, actually. Wow. Look at that little bit there. Just let's back up. It did that time. Come on, get up the hill. 90% on this next bale. $96. Ah, come on. 96, really? Maybe there's might be a little bit more we can get somewhere. I don't know. 96. And a few little scraps here. All right, 97. All right, let's see if we can scrounge up just a little bit more. Maybe over here. Maybe we get to that might be enough. Alright, come on, be enough. Come on, 98, 98, come on. 99. There we go. All right. At least we got that extra bale. All right, go ahead and unload these. All right. We'll go ahead and pick up that what's left on the ground, but that's not going to produce another bale. We know that. But at least we got all those bales done. Cool. Pick up anything else? Yeah, picked up a little bit. Not much. Alright, I think we're going to call it done on that. Maybe a few little pieces we can grab. Other than that, it's not going to be really worth trying to go waste more gasoline going back and forth and do anything else. All right. Off. We're going to fold it up. Okay. So I have to drop this off. Alright, let's get our bale loader. Now, what we can do in the meantime is go ahead and just going to drop that off there and drop that off. And then what we'll do is we'll use this little tractor to help bring some of the equipment back. Starting with this. Okay. Here we're going to clear that course. We don't have to worry about that. And we're going to set a destination. Oh, how about right here? I'll do. Okay. That'll drop that off. All right, let's go ahead and pick up these few bales and take them to where we got to go. Where do we got to go? Animal dealer. Okay. Tether and bale it. And take it. Okay, pick the bales to animal dealer. All right. We'll have a mixture of one bale. I mean, yeah, you know, I can sort it out. You know, grab that one bale, make silage out of it. Or we can just say heck with it and just mix it in with this, load, and not really worry about it. Let's see, do I want to worry about it or take it back? Yeah, screw it. We can sell this one grass bale. Alright. So, operation position. Okay, so we're going to get to the animal dealer. Okay. So the animal dealer should be over here. Alright. So we'll just say set destination to here and go. Yep, there it goes. All right. Go ahead and dismiss this guy. Go ahead and drop these off. Go back up there and grab the baler. We drop that off over here too. You know, I might hang on to this baling equipment for a while. I mean, we'll use it. It's just, it may be cheaper just to leave it to pay the rent than it would be to redo the contract. So yeah, I want to go ahead and keep that baling equipment. Locked by an object. No, you're not. Okay. Okay. Have yourself a good night, then. Thanks for coming out. All right. So grab this, take this back. All right, here we go. We'll see what other kind of jobs we can do. We still need to get buy all the greenhouses, get them set up and done. All right, and the rest of that equipment up there we don't have to worry about because it's not. We borrowed it for the to do the job, so we don't have to worry about it. Okay. All right, so we're here. Let's go ahead and back her up and drop it off. All we gotta do is just get in the yellow squares. There we go. Like that. Alright. And watch how quickly these things sell. Okay, and unload. Look, look. There we go. All done. And we got a little extra money too. Now we can go ahead and turn that in. Alright, completed that. That's good. Alright. Cultivating. Yeah, we could probably do that one. These here are going to cost us more money than it would be worth doing. So, yeah. That's a little powerful. All right, still want to get a chicken coop. Should be good. Then set up the greenhouses and go ahead and get our field ready for, like, get it plowed, get everything that needs to be done to it, extend the field. Go ahead and buy those greenhouses. I like to buy 10 of them, so that's at least oh, excuse me. That'd be 100,000. Right backwards. And then we'll sell all the product once a year, which we'll probably just do cabbage or lettuce, because you don't have to deal as many pallets. It doesn't really matter whether you do lettuce, tomatoes, or strawberries. You still get about the same amount of money at the end of selling all those. So if you just want to deal with more pallets, then do strawberries. I'd rather not. Let's just do the lettuce, so I don't have to deal with as many. Can't even think. Whoa, hello. Stupid car. All right. Now, if we can get the canola oil plant, excuse me. We can buy the oil plant. That actually does pretty good, and then we can just do canola oil or canola in this field. Wouldn't be a bad idea to do, because the oil sells a lot more than just the canola itself. You know, just like the that we do the chickens. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Okay, so we are going to set up some. Let's see, let's go over to production. Alright, production, and we want greenhouses. And let's do these. Okay, so which side? Okay, it's that side. Alright. Wow, I get them right here next to the edge. That's cool. All right, but we're going to spin them this way. Okay. Ah, well, that's interesting. Set it up the long way. Okay. You can get it right next to the road. On land that we actually don't own. Okay, yeah. Let's see, how far can we go this way? So we still have our field, but man, that'd be really close to the field itself. Let's see, let's turn it this way instead. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do it this way instead. All right, get to the edge of the field. Let's kind of get it lined up a little bit. And let's see, let's zoom in. Kind of straighten it out a little bit here. Use that ledge there as a kind of a guide. There we go. That's close enough. All right, so we get it to where we can. Okay, so that'd be the closest we can do right there. All right. So we'll place this one. So okay, there's that one. Now, just need enough overlaps object. How far is it overlap? Okay, there we go. Okay. Alrighty. So it looks like right here. Okay. A little bit more down. Just a little bit. There we go. Okay. Slap that one down. Alright. So now. Okay. It's over. There we go. Okay, here's that one. Alrighty. Let's see, overlaps. Not owned. Okay. Okay, there's that one. Alright, we're getting this done pretty good. Okay. Let's see. Overlaps. Okay, move this over. Right there. Perfect. Okay. Alright, so we're gonna. Okay, so just there we go. Okay. So we're. Come on, just a lot too much. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's. Okay, so how many we got now? We got 6. So this will make 7. Okay. That's 7. Okay. So that should be 8. Okay. 9 and 1 more for 10. Awesome. We can actually get them all on this side. That is freaking awesome. Okay. All right. We can actually put one more here. You know, yeah, let's go ahead and put one more. Okay. So that gives us 11. Sweet. Okay. Yeah, and yeah, that looks good. All right. All right, so we'll have to wait on the chicken coop. Because, let's see. Go back. Oops. All right, go over to animals. And see, we do the chickens. And at 79,000, we can do the open pen, but you get 30 chickens. Okay, that's fine. The open one. Okay, so it's not too big, but you do. We might even be able to put it there. Nah. Open wouldn't be too bad. Okay, but I'm just not a fan of it. You know, we could put something down here too. I mean, it's only 6,000, so yeah, I mean, it would work. And yeah, we could get it down here. That would give us a few little chickens. That's 30 chickens. Would be too bad, I guess. So I'd much rather have, yeah, I'd much rather have this one here. It just holds more chickens. You know, it would just be a better. You know, I could probably squeeze it in all the way up here somewhere. I just don't have the money right now. It would be funny. I can put it over here. Hey, you kill the can. Let's see, what was this going to say? It should say, oh, you don't have that money. Yeah. Not letting me place it. Okay. Now, I could take out a loan in order to do that, but don't know if that'd be worth it or not. Okay, because that would pretty much bleed us dry as far as having any money. And we still need a little bit of money left in order to... need to smooth some stuff out here. So kind of made little bumpity bumps here. I mean, it might be all right. I think it'll be all right. Might have to do a little bit of landscaping for that. Okay, so what is this? Soften. Raise or lower. Probably soften. Oh, that looks a little bit better. It's not really cost us any money to do this, so yeah, let's go ahead and do that. It don't look too jumpy bumpity. Yeah, there we go. That looks pretty good. All right. Okay, so yeah, that'll work. Okay. Yeah, it's not costing us any money to do this, great. Let's get it done. Good, makes it look better. And shouldn't mess up our tractors or anything like that. Okay. All right. So there we go. Looks all right. Okay. Give it another good once over and make sure everything's all right. Okay. Okay, so there's that. All right, so now that we got that done, we need to get some water in these. Now, the easiest way to do this, or to get the water, would be to rent a water trailer, and which we'll do that. Okay, so we need to rent a water trailer. Yeah, because we don't have anything here that's going to be useful to help us. Oh, I need to find out, Steve, we got to plow that field or not. Okay. So it says, needs lime, needs plowing. Okay, so we do have to plow. Lovely. Okay. Needs lime, needs plowed. Okay, so it pretty much needs everything. Well, okay. So let's, no, we don't need tractors. All right. So we need a plow. You know, okay, I can use this. Okay, so spaders, what's the width of it? 4.5. It only takes a 200 horsepower engine. Oops, wrong button. Okay, so this here. Okay, so this is a plow. Okay, so that is 3.5. But I can also create fields with it too. And I do want to create some field. Okay, so I could go ahead and rent this. That's 300. What size is our tractor that we're renting? It is 273. You know, I think this plow would be the best. So we'll rent this. Okay, so let's see. Customize. Lease this. Hopefully we'll find one that's on sale, or we can buy one that way. All right, so we'll release this. Alrighty. And then need to, okay, so what is it called? I like sneezing your brains out. There we go. Okay. So, oops. Okay. Power roll, subsolar, spaders. Which one is it? No, it's not that one. Yeah, is it this one? Yeah. See, this subsolar can be instead of used to plow. Okay, so that's got 8-meter width, so that'd get done a lot faster. Let's see here. And this is a 4.5 meter. 4 miles an hour? Oh, good God, no, hell no. Yeah, that's going to suck. Spaders, subsoilers. Okay. Okay, a subsoiler field, it can be instead of a plow. Additionally, this seeder Oh, it's partially a cedar. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, so we don't need that one. 7 miles an hour, 9 miles an hour. That's 6, 8. Okay, so we'll probably borrow that one. All right, let's get the plowing done. That we need to get plowing, and oh yeah, we need to actually buy a weight because weights don't come on sale. So we'll have to actually buy a weight. Yeah, there's gonna be a few items that we have no choice but to buy, and this is one of them. Okay, that's a pretty good one there. How big is this one? 2.5. 1.5 is usually pretty good for most things. Yeah, we'll just do this one. Okay. Buy that. All right. Okay, grab that. And we're going to do some plowing, but we're not going to plow the whole entire field. What we're going to do is we're actually going to make some field. We're going to make this field better. Go away, car. I'm going to make this field a little bit bigger. Now, I could just square this up. Okay, that would be fine, actually. Just go ahead and square it up. That would still leave this area over here to do whatever I want. That's a good idea. Wouldn't be a bad idea either. So we can go ahead and square this up. Let's rotate. I could run it all the way. Hold on, let me see. Let's look at the actual land layout. Okay. So, switch farmland. Okay, so we run this, and we might be able to get pretty close. Or just go ahead and square it up. I think if we just go ahead and square it up, use this for whatever else we want to plan ahead or plan and build, and I think we'll be okay. I could get a little bit of extra field over here, which is, again, not a bad idea. You know, but that's also cutting into some of the grass cutting. You know, maybe about here or so. Wouldn't be too bad. All right. And then square it up down there. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so we'll drop this. We want to allow creation of field. Okay. Alright, go out to about here should work. Yeah. Okay, so do that. Alright, to get this corner done, which corners are always a pain in the butt. Alright, do this, and let's rotate. Okay, drop it down. Okay, so this should fix our corner there. There we go. Okay. Rotate it. Then we come back with the painter and actually make it so it's not so, if we screw up on the edges or whatever, it'll be okay. All right. Here we go. Making new field. Yeah, I've actually did more on towards the left side. Got every extra little bit of field I could do, but there's really no sense in doing all that. Oops. Turn just a little bit. Don't have to get every little morsel of field. Alright, how much farther we gotta go? Pretty close. Somewhere around here, so. Alright. Let's go ahead and rotate. And drop it down. There we go. Looking good, looking good. Okay. Rotate. Finish off this corner here. Yeah. Looking good. Alright. So there we go. Now we just need to finish making this field. Alright, let's rotate. Alright, and then some of these edges that are kind of popped out or whatever will go into the paint mode and smooth out those edges. We don't have to, but yeah, why not? Open this mode real quick. I ran along. Go ahead and connect this a little bit here. Okay. go. Okay, since we can use that other tool as it's got a wider range, it probably work a lot better for doing the regular field itself. Because this here, I mean, yeah, the speed's all right, but the width of it's just, slow. I wouldn't spend, a whole lot of time trying to plow one field. Although, with this here, we're not getting the big chunky rocks either. So that's kind of a nice thing too. So there is that. And I can just roll those back into the ground, the small ones. I don't have to collect the rocks. But if they're big and chunky, then yeah, you got to collect the rocks. So we go ahead and just finish the field with this. I'll go ahead and finish getting this field made, and then we'll do the rest of the field. Because the rest of it we can just turn on by AI. I can go, and it won't be so bad. We really need a couple tractors, really. But can't get them. I mean, I could rent another one, but I need one that's going to be able to pull a plow, or mess with the rollers. Still got to do watering, fill up those. Fill up the greenhouses with water. So I've still got to do that. But what makes it nice is the greenhouses, you don't have to put water in them all the time. So there is that. It's more like a once a year type deal. So what I could do is, while using the AI to finish plowing this rest of this field, we can rent another small tractor or whatever, and do the watering while the field's getting plowed. probably be a good idea to do. I mean, the big tanker would be nice for the watering, but I think for that you got to have a pretty decent tractor. I don't want to rent another big tractor. Just costs too much money. Heck, we don't even have a house. Which, if we wanted to buy one, that's something we'd have to actually buy again. There's a few items that we have to buy, but the equipment itself, we'll pretty much try to rent it. But the house itself is like the cheapest one's like $20,000. So it's not too bad, I guess. You know, and sometimes you can get some really big equipment that it's on sale, which is kind of cool. Just have to look for what we need, and right now we just need everything. Literally need everything. So. Now with plowing, you don't get any weeds, so that's kind of nice. So you don't have to worry about weeding the place. I mean, if you want to get 100% yield, the way you get 100% yield is you first have to mulch the ground. So you mulch the ground, and then you come back over it with fertilizer, let's see, lime, or actually no, you put lime on it if need lime. If it says need lime, put a lime on it. If it says, you know, plow, you plow. So you mulch, plow, or lime, whichever's needed. Then you fertilize. Okay, so that should give you up to like 50%. Then you fertilize again by doing something else. If you roll it, or no, you come back with your seeder. If your seeder has built-in fertilization, then great. And then you do your rolling after that, and you get your 100% yield. Okay, so that's done. So let's take off creation. And what we'll do is we'll just hire a worker to finish us off while we're putting water in our we'll put water in our greenhouses. There we go. Okay, so that's going. All right, let's open up the. So we need a small tractor, I guess. How much is a car? Okay, we could. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's just get a small tractor. 49,000. Oh, those are really small. Okay. 75 horsepower. At least that's an old bugger. At least 100 horsepower, so. we'll do this one here. I'll customize that. Okay. So let's get the big engine on it. What's it going to bring? Base price up to 107. Okay. Let's lease this for 6,000. Yeah, why not? Okay, so lease that for. Okay, so we got a sell our small tractor, and now we need animals. Yeah. Okay, so now we need a water tank. So that's 8,000. Yeah, I'd rather use this one here. 68. Okay, customize. Lease. 3,000. Yeah, it would save us some trips, that's for sure. Yeah, let's do it that way. Do that. Okay, so now we need a dolly. Where's the dollies at? They're miscellaneous. Dollies. There we go. All right, customize and lease. All right. Oh, we don't know. There we go. Okay. Wow, that's some tractors. Hopefully it's got enough oomph into it. Hopefully chose wisely. Hope we chose wisely and got the good enough to pull this thing. If not, well, we'll find out. All right, so now we got to fill this bugger up with some water. Guess what? We live right next to a pond. Water. It'll take some time to do. In the meantime, let's set up the this stuff here. So we're going to make lettuce. It's already set to storing, so that's good. Lettuce. There we go. All right, so all we got to do is just put water in it. Come on. Come on, you beautiful thing. We chose wrongly. Whoa, hello. Come on, you can get up it. Come on. There we go. There we go. Here we go. We got it. Come on. There we go. All right. Yeah, this little bitty thing, it'll work. Barely. uh, all right. Maybe if we put a weight on the front of it, it'll help. It would help it. All right, let's fill it up. We might be able to just run along this side here, and it might still hit the triggers. I don't know. Let's find out. Not quite on that one. How about this one, since we got a little closer now? Come on. Alright, simple answer is no. Okay. So we might actually have to get the smaller trailer and do this multiple times. Because you got to think about it, you know, when we get crops there, we're not going to be able to get real close. Right now we don't have any crops there, so. Right, let's get in here. Water can. Yeah, if you do the smaller trailer, I mean, yeah, you could do it with a smaller trailer, but good night. It takes like, cause each one uses, well, excuse me, each one uses 20,000, and you're talking about 2 or 3 trips maybe for one. Whereas we can get like what, 1.5 with this. Oof. Barely makes it. Barely works though. There's that one. Oh, okay, so I don't actually have to go in all the way. I'm trying to figure out a way to do this without having to pull all the way through. So, I mean, yeah, I got to where you can pull through. That's just fine. Oh, gee, Cardi, mind your way. Oh, I'm so sorry. Let's see how far can I? There it is. Okay. Yeah, so I don't have to pull in all the way. Ooh, that gives me ideas. All right. All right, it's gonna be some more water. So you literally just pull in just enough to get the trigger, the water, and then pull back out. All right. You can do that. All right, fill this bad boy up with water again. Okay. Oh, we just barely get it out there. But we get it. Okay. So that one's good. That one's good. I think we should be on this one right here. So we'll pull in just enough to get the trigger. There it is. All right. And we'll back us up, and then do the next one. Right. Right, it's back right. Alright, so we get some more water. Right. How's this going? Going pretty good, I guess. Yeah. As long as it's small rocks, again, we can just use a roller to basically just push them back in the ground. And these big chunky rocks, I have to get a rock collector. We could get a rock. We could do the rock collector here too. Yeah. Hey. Okay, that looks good. That looks good. Guess the last one we did, yeah. Alright, finish filling this one up. Go. Let's do the next one. Okay. Yes, I'm done. Let's get some more water. Yeah, it's pretty much like once a year you would come in and do the watering for those things. Kicking it. Right, here we go. You can do it. All right. Let's see. Which one is it? Does that one look like it's been? All right. Yeah, it should be this one here. Go. There we go. All right, looking good. Hey. What? Let's go get some more water. More water, more water, more water. Alright, so that was pretty well full. Got 3 more to do. So it's still what, 60,000 liters of water. So it'll be basically 2 more trips. I wonder how far do I actually got to go in here where it'll start to allow me to feel. Oh wow, right there. Well, now I don't have to actually go inside. Well, oh yeah. That makes it a little easier. Hey, how we doing tonight? Doing okay? I'm doing pretty good. Just got through. We started a new farm, or what's a new game. Just basically getting some basic stuff done, set up, and everything like that. As far as the game's concerned, I haven't really even planted the first crop yet. We did take over. We did do 1 crop, harvest the crop, anyways. That was the crop that when we bought the field, so it's yeah, Elm Creek, yeah, we're doing Elm Creek. Yeah, thanks, car. Yeah, blow it out your rear end, you goober. Oh, really? Now I'm stuck? It's the daggum cars. Ah. Which map? Elm Creek? Ah, it's not too bad. There we go. Get out of here, you stinking cars. Go away. See, I'm busy. Halt is a bit easier. Really? That's interesting. I've played Elm Creek. Haven't done too many of the other, too much of the other maps. I've got 1 playthrough through. Actually, I haven't really done a playthrough of it, but I'm doing on hard economy, so everything's turned on. You know, you have to have literally everything. Normally there was some trees here, but earlier this evening, went ahead and cleared out all the trees that was here. So this is field 56 that we bought, and went ahead and squared it up. Now we just finished plowing. Now I've kind of made a little rule for myself, is that the only equipment that I can actually buy would be any used equipment. Okay, so otherwise I have to lease any. I can lease any equipment out that I want. So it gives you a lot of options that way. But as far as actually owning and buying new equipment, then now I have to actually wait until it's on sale. So gets it kind of the game, a little bit more of a balance, because I mean you'll save a crazy amount of money, and when you're dealing with hard economy, any penny that you can save is a penny in your pocket. So counting your pennies on this. All right. So I set up all these. There it is. Getting all these. What they're called. Greenhouses set up. So I was able to actually set them up alongside the road here, and figured out that, hey, you just barely pull in just enough to get the water trigger to happen, and we're able to water everything. So now it's just backing everything up and going to the next one. So I figured out a way that I can do that without messing up, the crops or anything like that. Oh yeah. They're fantastic for it. Now, you have a choice. You can either go ahead and sell the crop immediately, so you don't have to deal with all the pallets, or what I do is I sell it once a year. So by selling it once a year, you get best price, and I'm going to do nothing but lettuce. So we can actually pull up the prices for go down to lettuce. Okay. So I pretty much sell all my products once a year. Hoard everything until the year, and then go ahead and sell then. All right. So see, for lettuce, the best time to sell for lettuce would be in February. So you pretty much store all your product until then. Each one holds about 20,000 liters of water. So when you're first setting these things up, yeah, best just to get a big tank, and well, you can get all the water a lot faster that way. As far as mods go, there's only 4 mods that I'm actually using. One is Courseplay. I don't know if you've ever heard of that or are familiar with it, but it's mainly designed for single player. Okay, as a single player, you can. It's better AI control. How's that? Be the easiest way to explain it. It's better way of controlling the AI, which is can be a lot better. You don't have to worry about so much that the AI does some stupid stuff sometimes. With Courseplay, you can actually do what's called a headland, which is a circle around the crop or around the field. And that allows, you can do that, and then you can go up and down, left and right, or whatever. But it actually, your AI will actually follow the contour of the field, so it doesn't have to be perfectly square or anything like that. It's actually pretty good. I like it. So I use it real good in single player. It's called Courseplay. Then let's see, the other mod that I use is Autoloader mod, and then the Strudman Autoloader trailer for the pallets. It's a pallet autoloader, so use that. And then I use it's called a Vicon fast baler, which is a round baler that also wraps, but it also, as you're running it, it doesn't you don't have to stop in order to continue baling. You don't have to get the bale out in order to continue baling. So you can just keep going. It'll kick it out, it'll wrap it for you, and then once it wraps it, then it'll kick it out. But you don't have to it doesn't stop you from doing any one of those processes. So it's not too bad. Kind of nice. I still prefer square bales myself. I like the way they stack. They stack better than the rounds. The rounds, kind of like, they take up a lot more space to stack, whereas squares, they don't. So I prefer square bales over rounds. Now, I'm also a modder too, so I do make mods for this game. I'm bringing back some mods that I made back when it was Farming Simulator 2015, or Farming Simulator 15. That scares the shit out of me. I've made many mods, and I don't put them up on like the mod sites or anything like that. They're completely unique. One is I call it Destators, and it's literally a potato harvester, but you pull it around on your tractor, and it's got a I think it's like a 8-row. Yeah, it's an 8-row potato harvester. Now I designed the everything on it, including the model itself. I designed the model, got the model working in the game. Again, this was back in when it was 2015. Did all the animations for it, everything like that, and it was actually there was another guy that I used to play with back then. Gave it to him, and he really used the heck out of it. And it's just a potato harvester. Works really well. The other thing that I've done tractors. I made my own tractors. I've made some maps. Map making can be very intensive. You got to kind of get an idea of what you want, and then in order to make a map. Sometimes map making can be really easy, and then sometimes map making can be a pain in the butt. So you have to kind of figure out, okay, well, what do I want to do? What's so good about this map that I want to make? And I remixed, and I've made several that I've made on my own. So it was it's usually took me about couple weeks to make a map. To do an actual mod for anything else, it didn't take very long at all. All right, let's see, make sure I got watered and everything, all this. Okay, so 19, okay. All right, everything's watered. Cool. So making mods, it's really time consuming. It takes some coding to do. Is it enjoyable making a mod? Not really. It just takes too much time. But I mean, if you're good with making models and stuff, then yeah, it can be enjoyable that way, I guess. I don't make too many mods because again, it just takes too much time to do it. Usually I'll make a mod for necessity. So like if you look inside the game, all right, for potato, and this is the reason why I did this one, was for potato harvesting. Okay, so you have the harvesters themselves. You have two that you can pull around behind your tractor. They're both, just takes forever to do any type of large field with just these real small. You're only talking about 1.8 meters. I mean, it's just real small. It takes forever to do it. They fill up quick. So yeah, it's that's the reason why I made it. Okay, so then you look at, well, what about the pull around or the drivable ones? Okay, great. You look at that and it's like, holy crap. You're not getting much more wider. You think it goes up to like 4 rows? And it's very, very expensive to do that. So I was trying to think of, well, how about I make a potato harvester that would work and harvest the potatoes, do all the fancy stuff. So that's into what I ended up doing was actually creating an actual new implement, and it's completely made up. So it doesn't actually exist in real life, whereas most of the implements on this game, they're all based off of something real. So, but yeah, you're right. It can be very rewarding to make a mod and have it work and all the fancy stuff that goes along with it. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I do enjoy making the mods, but it just takes a lot of time to do it. And now converting it from one version to the next, that's been a bit of a challenge. I'm still working on it. I've got it actually works in the game. The only problem is it has no animation. So you just see you see the potatoes pile up inside of it, but you don't see it, going up the ramp, all up the conveyors. You don't see it going through the conveyors or anything like that. So I've got to figure out how to do that and get it to work right. So it's still got some work to do it with it, and hopefully I can get it all working. But yeah, you're right. It is pretty cool. So it can be very rewarding to do that, but it just takes a lot of time to do it, and not very many people can sit there and do a mod, because it is quite a pretty intense to do it. Oh, dang it. Dang it. Alright, let's get this way. But yeah, it is rewarding. And it's pretty cool to see other people that, might use it, and it got leaked to one of the mod sites, and it kind of pissed me off because it was a, again, very unique mod. Nobody had anything like it, and somebody, leaked it to the mod site, and it just kind of blew up because it was pretty useful. It just kind of pissed me off because I wasn't the one that did it. It was some jerkwad, and then they called it theirs. They're the one that they after I did all the work, including everything on it, they claimed that it was their mod that they did. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why I don't publish any of the mods that I make. So and that would you can see my point though, right? You spend all the time and effort to do something like that, and then somebody else claims your work. It's like, really? I mean, yeah, that kind of pisses you off too. It's very frustrating when something like that happens, but I don't know. So I don't deal with it too much. So I don't publish any of the mods that I make. Now, if I do, you will see them in this game right here, though. But I'm not going to publish anything. Oops. Back up. Ah. All right, let's try this again. Landscaping, painting, the grass. Just trying to square all this crap up. There we go. Ease it down here, yep. But yeah, making mods it's tough. But it is, like you said, it is rewarding, and it's kind of cool too, because not a lot of people can do that. I've made seeders. I've made, like I said, I made several tractors. I've done quite a few. Landscaping and plants. But it's not easy making a mod, though. Have you ever tried anything like that yourself? To make anything like that? Spend enough money on landscaping for now. We're just about done with the plowing, which is good. Alright, and I gotta go back and do a fertilization or a plow. Oh, no, wait, gotta do lime first. Alright, so we need to get a lime spreader. Spreaders. Yeah. Okay. Do that. Let's get the wider stuff and extensions. All right, piece that. And, yep. All right, got to buy some lime. And oops, wrong button. All right, big bag, seeds, lime. Here we go. So I can put 7 bags into it. 6, 7. There we go. All right, fill her up. Now, I don't know if I'm going to actually get in real heavy back into modding or not, but I definitely want to try to bring back my old mods back into the game. That'd be really cool. And it'll definitely be some unique content, because nobody else will have them. So there is that. You know, I was just kind of wondering, you know, transferring from mods from one version to the next, and then you got to go to the next, and you got to the next. It's pretty time consuming because they've changed so much between the different versions that you got to figure out, well, what you got to do, what and everything. Wonder if is the amount is the amount of possibilities. Yeah, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's got a lot. They've done a lot over the years on transformation of this game. Yeah, you're right. It's 14, or I'm not 14, but 15. See, I didn't play 17 and I didn't play 19. So I went from 15 to 22. And I've liked how they've incorporated a lot of things into the game. They've used other people's ideas, other people's mods, and kind of incorporate that into the game. So they, you know, like the build it on your AI to travel from one place to another. That's really nice. So that was not back in 15. It was a mod that you had to do. So yeah, they've done some really cool stuff as far as integrating other things into the game. The different crops is nice, you know. So there's that. There was some other things too that they've incorporated into the game. So it's made the game a lot better to me. You know, 15's still good. You know, I like it. Wow, this tractor's getting kind of low on gasoline. Excuse me. So where are you from? They like crap. Really? You're gonna goof up now, huh? Yep. Can't figure out what to do. Go. Just about done with all the plowing on this field. Actually, I'll probably do down here and then kind of do a few little touch-ups so I can get that spreader going. Really, you goofy thing. One reason why I like using course play is it doesn't have goofy AI crap going on. Okay. All right. All right, so let's unfold this. Usually what I like to do is do a headland. Which might Eh. Can't. There we go. Okay. Well, let's really choose up the line quick. Oof. And of course, you think there's nothing else to do. What? Alright, just finished up myself. It'll be just fine. Yeah, I thought I smoothed all that stuff out. Yeah, I did for the most part. Oops. Kind of deciding what crop I want to plant in here. Thinking about either staying with the wheat, which wouldn't be too bad of an idea. Build up a little grain for when I get some chickens. Alright, so we are pretty much done. Rotate. Done with the use of the plow. Go. All right. So there's the plow. We get an actual fertilizer. And one deal of fertilizer should do it. Okay. Fertilizer spreaders. Yep. Details and lease. Okay, big bag of fertilizer. Gotta buy that. Okay. One bag should be done, plenty. Wrong side of the road. Or right side, depending on how you, you look at it. Let's see, what can we plant right now? Okay, I could do canola. I can do canola or yeah, harvest season for canola, planting season for canola. Okay, so I could either, I mean, going canola would be a lot better anyways. So if I can do canola and then buy that, eventually buy the oil factory, that'd be a good, real good source of money. Because, yeah, the canola itself, let's see, look at prices. All right, canola oil. Yeah, look at that. I mean, that's 1,500. 1,500 to, how much is the price of canola? By itself. Oh yeah, you see, you get like double the amount of, almost triple the amount of. So yeah, canola would be good. All right, yeah, we're gonna do canola. Yep, canola it is. I'll swap tractors here. I might actually have to go get some gasoline for it. Wow. I probably could have done a little bit better job than that, but that's all right. Oops, some. Ah! Fall out of a damn tractor. Okay. Now, should be able to get, hopefully about the middle. About there or so. Hopefully. Alright. A couple spots over there I gotta do back and do. Takes a lot of lime. So about 14,000. And we'll probably end up with a couple thousand left, maybe. Really? That's why you do headlands. Okay. Alright, cool. So let's empty this sucker out. Yeah, right here will do. And I'm not going to use this to spread fertilizer, though. It's not the best implement for it. And unload. There we go. Hold it up. Alright, we're done with this. Okay, so get this here, and we're going to strip down the bottom. We're going to strip down the top. Alright, somewhere around here. Oh, I might have nailed it. Maybe. We're going to go a little bit farther over. Yeah, close enough. Alright. Alright, so now we do this. And go do one up there. All right. Really? You jerk. There we go. All that for one little thing. It's all right. All right, let's see. Should be right around this area somewhere. See if I can hit it again. Thinking right about here. Let's see. Almost. Close. Close, but no cigar. All right. There we go. Oh darn, I missed a small spot for lime. Oh well. We'll catch it next time. And you're gonna do the same thing, aren't you? There we go. Ah! Wrong button. There we go. All right, let's go down over here. Let's get her going. You'll be right around this area. Haha. Yeah, close enough. We're going to overshoot just a little bit. But that's all right. Okay, so now that that's going, let's get a seeder. Oops, wrong one. All right, renting more equipment. Yay. I'll spend all of our money on that. Oh, well. Seeders. Let's get a good one. Okay, so we got this one. I like this one. Man, it's going to be expensive as far as leasing goes. How much is that going to lease? 10,000. Nope, not happening. Might do this one. This one doesn't have the built-in fertilizer, which was kind of nice. This one does. Huh. Okay, so this one's got built-in fertilizing, which is nice because we can seed and fertilize at the same time. Okay, 6 meter. Yeah, I think this might be a better choice. Going with a coon. Cahoon, whatever. This one's nice too, but 12 meter. This is 6, but it's got built-in fertilization. So that would skip me a step too. So yeah, let's do this one. So we're going to buy this one, or lease this one. 6,000. Well, gotta do it. You gotta do it. All right. Yeah. Better than what, 11, 12,000 or something like that. All right. Well, here we go. All right. So we need some seed. Let's get some seed going. Big bag of seed. We'll get 1 bag of seed. And we'll get 1 bag of fertilizer. Boy, starting out, that's going to leave us with 13 grand. We may not even have enough for when it comes next day to pay for everything. Yeah, we'll take out a loan if you have to. All right. Well, either way, let's get it going. Fill that up. This 1 bag of seed should hopefully get us going. All right. And it looks like I have a few little spots that we'll have to clean up. All right, so let's select our seed. See, wheat, barley. We're going to go with canola. So, canola, there it is. Okay. And we'll run a strip down here at the bottom. And then run a strip up top. Okay, so this should give us, let me unfold. Really? You goofy. Ugh. Okay, well, we don't have to spread out that far, so we should be all right on that. All right, get these 2 little patches that I missed. Okay, 1 over here. Whoa, we called it. 1 bag of fertilizer. Okay. Have a little spot that's missed. There we go. All right. So, do we want to use this for any other jobs? Let's take a look. Okay, there's a fertilizer job for only 500 bucks. Blech. Really? Yeah, we'll go ahead and save it. We might have a little extra left over from planting too. So, okay. Let's get this going. All right, so we should be able to. This should be planting and fertilizing at the same time, which is awesome. All right, we're going to go ahead and do a headland. Drop her down, turn her on. Let's see, so this is 50%. Okay. 50% fertilized, and this should be, should go up to 100%. Oh yeah, no, oh, it still says 50% fertilized. Okay. Maybe I need to do a roll first. Let's see, trying to think. Okay, if I roll, or I could just fertilize it on the next round, or roll it, then I can see if I can fertilize it, the regular fertilizer. But then what's the use of this thing? I think I might have to roll it first. I mean, I don't have to roll it again afterwards, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, just roll it first. All right. Well, kind of blows, but whatever. All right, let's get a roller. Rolling, rolling, rolling. And lease, yes. All right, we're rolling. Try not to run into anything here. Oof. Well, we're cutting it close on our cash. I mean, I can still take out a loan, but I'd rather not. Okay, so we're going to roll, then we're going to seed, then we'll have to roll again and seed. We should be all right. Okay, let's unfold. Let's get her lined up. All right. So this will change the contour of the land, so it'll allow us to do a fertilization when we go to seed, which is what we want. Wow. All right, if you just joined us, gave you kind of an update of what's been going on and how things have been going. This is a brand new game, so brand new save, brand new start. We're doing a hard economy with everything turned on, so you can't run over your crops without destroying them. You have traffic that's on. All the things that make the game pain in the butt, yep, we're doing it. And on top of that, we're going to be, we only allowed ourselves to buy certain things, like you need to buy a chainsaw. So you have to buy a chainsaw, you have to buy weights. But for the most part, all of our equipment that we're going to be using is, in order to buy a piece of equipment, it has to be on sale. Okay, if it's not on sale, then we can't buy it. That means we have to lease it. So we can lease anything we want. but we need to, if we want a piece of equipment that in order to keep, then we'll have to find it on sale in order to buy it. So it makes it very challenging that way. Do that, and then so we'll be constantly looking at what things are on sale. Is that piece of equipment going to help us now? Is it going to not help us? Right now we're just kind of running out of money to do things. I still can take out partial loan, so if we do happen to find a piece of equipment that it's like, yay, we want that, then I'll at least have some money to do that with. So other than that, it's going to be kind of it's going to be very challenging to do everything like that. But it gives the game a little bit more longevity and provides a very unique challenge. You just can't just go buy stuff. And plus, with hard economy, man, you want to save as many pennies as you can. So at first, we're having to basically release every little piece of equipment we can find. And yeah, we could probably do some cheaper stuff, but man, it takes forever to do anything. So I'd rather go ahead and spend just a little bit extra money on the leasing part, and that way we can go ahead and get this field done a lot quicker. Now we spent $100,000 on getting all of our greenhouses set up. So that's a big chunk of money, but that's going to save us in the long run. Getting when hire AI, that'll be a good steady income for us. Now we sell our products once a year, so selling stuff is going to be, we're going to look for the best price, the best time of the year before we sell it. Otherwise, we're not selling it. We're just going to stockpile it, wait for a good day or a good month in which to sell, and then we'll sell our products. That way we get a maximum amount of money in order for that particular product we're buying or selling, excuse me. So as of right now, we did buy a couple pieces of equipment. So oops, wrong one. So here it shows you exactly what we bought. I bought a trailer. This is an autoloader. It goes with some of the mods that we're using. I'm using 4 mods: course play, the autoloader pack, this autoloader trailer, and the Vicon fast baler. So as far as mods go, yeah, we're not using very many. I try to keep it as clean as possible. Okay, so we got a chainsaw we bought the this trailer, and then we bought a weight, because these items here don't go on sale. Most of your modded stuff doesn't go on sale, so there is that. That way, at least gives us something. And then, pretty much everything else that we have currently, it seems like, wow, we got a lot of stuff, but actually we don't. Everything is leased. So, which is okay, as long as we can do, some kind of job or something in which to maybe cover the costs of our leasing, which would be great. Like this water and dolly, we don't need that for another year. Okay, so it's not going to, there's no jobs that call for that too. So we can go ahead and probably return these items, because I've already filled up all the water for all of the greenhouses. So we're good there. So we can go ahead and return these. Okay. We'll return this water tank. Again, we've already used for what we need. Okay. Now the baling stuff might hang on to at least the trailer, because we have bales we can turn in. I might hang on to it for at least a couple months, because there is some jobs that you can get, and this equipment will help us out on that type of job. Mower, spreader, fertilizer spreader, we're using that. Okay, we can probably return this plow. Okay, so we'll go ahead and return the plow. right. I'm gonna hang on to the at least for another month because we still got some more harvesting seasons to do. We might be able to pick up another job. Oops, can you find it here? Go to the calendar. So as far as harvesting seasons, there's still corn, sunflower, soybean, sugar beet, sugar cane, cotton. There's no grapes on this. There's and there's no olives. So sorghum would be another one, and then wheat, barley would be this much. So I don't think anyone's gonna. And oats, yeah, wheat, barley, oats. Okay. So, oops, what did I do? What happened? I must have hit a button. Yeah, no big deal. Up. Let's bag it on up. Bag it on up. Bag it on up. All right, to get these little rocks, we got to push them in. All right. So we'll probably do maybe a couple little jobs to try to give us a little bit of income. But right now, there's nothing that's really worth. I mean, oh, hey, there's a decent amount of fertilizing. Okay, so that's field 36. All right. Ooh. Now, that's some money there. So we could actually rent the cultivator, do these two jobs, and that would be pretty good. These are going to be kind of expensive for us to do. I mean, okay, if we did a sprayer, we'd borrow this equipment here because it's cheapest. Okay, so if we did that, then we're still going to have some herbicide. So herbicide's 2,400. All right, if we did both those jobs, so the first job would literally pay for our herbicide. Well, not quite because we were losing, $500. So the first job wouldn't even pay for it. We'd lose a little bit of money here on the second one. So we make $2,700, but we'd have to pay for the herbicide itself. Yeah. Plowing, 73. That one there, we just might borrow the equipment and say, put an AI on it and say, here, go plow this field. That would probably be the best thing right there. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that then. Okay, so we're gonna borrow that. Okay, let's get that set up and going. Ooh, black, I like that. Okay. So we'll get this going. Hope everybody's having a good night. Alright. So we're going to go to 73. What is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, 73 is there. Okay. I normally don't accept plowing jobs because they take forever and they suck. So there is that. They take forever and they suck. Because there's other implements you're supposed to be able to use that accept for plowing, but for some reason the AI farmers don't. They want to actually plow. So, oh well, no big deal. We'll get her done. I do like this tractor, the Deutz Farm. I'm probably butchering the hell out of that, but that's okay. Alright, let's unfold this bad boy. Alright, we don't care if it's good, bad, ugly, we don't care. Alright, just hire the guy and go. There we go. Okay. Good enough. Alright, let's see what else we can find. Okay. Okay, we can do the fertilization ones. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's grab these two here. Okay, so we're going to borrow this one. And then we're going to accept this one. We'll actually make some damn good money from that. All right. And here's what's cool. We're going to do a course play on this. All right. So if you're not familiar with course play, you're fixing to see what it's all about. Okay, so we'll start off with field 10. All right. Or we could go up to field 7. Either one would work just fine. Okay. Okay, so field 7's here. Yeah, we'll do field 7 first. All right. So we're going to create a job. We want to do field work. It's going to be CP, which stands for course play. Okay. Set our where we want to start at. Should be right here. We'll do. All right. We want to go up. We want the first waypoint. Okay. See, that's going to be clockwise. So we'll get at least one headland going, and then it'll do up and down. Okay. All right. So we're going to generate a course. So there's our actual course. And we're going to close that generation off and start job. All right. So now it's going to drive. It'll drive to the field. Like I said, this is cool. All right, so we're going to be driving to the field, which this thing's slower than dirt. Whee! Hope to make you dizzy. Now look, Bob, no hands. So the driver's going to drive here. What did we just lose some money on? Let's see. Well, we spent a lot of money here. Vehicle leasing costs, okay. Vehicle running costs, okay. Haven't made crap for anything as far as income goes. Contract income. Wages paid, okay. Sold a few bales. That was part of the AI doing that, or had to do that for. Okay, so we've construction costs is our biggest one that we've done. Putting in, we put in 12? I thought I put 11 in. Huh. Okay. Could have been in 12. We did. Okay, that's fine. Land purchase. So we purchased one piece of land. We spent $100,000 in just leasing vehicles. Wow. Or leasing stuff. Okay, so how many of those I actually buy? Oh yeah, I spent a little bit of money on landscaping. Okay, so it's 1. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it's built 11. So I guess the rest of the construction that we did was from all the land adjustments and stuff like that. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. All right, that's still going. And we're driving there. So this gives us some much needed cash, because we're kind of short on cash. Like I said, I could, if I absolutely have to, I can take out a loan. Looks like about 300,000 in a loan if I need to. Try not to though. And I can find all these little hidden things around the deal. All right, so this is what course play does. It'll follow the contour of the land. It'll actually do the job just like a regular AI does, but with course play, it just does it better. It's just a better AI for you. Might destroy little crops over there. Oh well. Oh darn. Yeah, it is. Oops. Well, not my crops. So I don't have to worry about that. All right. So yeah, it'll actually follow everything. Oh, excuse me. Just does a better AI. It'll turn the corner for us just fine. Now it doesn't do it perfectly, but you can get a pretty good chunk of it done. Yeah, course play is great for stuff like this. Absolutely awesome. Now I can't do it myself too, so there's nothing wrong with doing it yourself. Which we're getting down to some money, so I might end up having to do some of this by myself. Alright, what are you gonna do? It's a wide turn. Let's check on this here. And we will have to play it. We'll have to roll this again. Okay. Nice. It's done, dude. Okay, so A, I work with D. Which one is it? Oh, okay, it's just completed. Okay, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Sometimes it gets kind of wanky too. So let's go ahead and finish this up ourselves then. Yeah, sometimes it'll act goofy. Oh well. Come on, give us complete. Come on. Yay, there it is. Alright, so we'll collect that. We'll lift this up. Actually, we'll go ahead and fold it. Because we're going to do another setup for another course play for this other one too. Other field. Field 10. Okay, so we'll start on it. Way over here. Looks like this will be actually a good spot for it. Alright, so we'll go ahead and set this course up. Be doing a clockwise manner. Alright, let's clear what we have, and alright, so we're going to create a job. Around like this, go down. Okay, and let's do generate. There we go. And close this out. And X. Start the job. Except I'm going to start it instead of it starting it. Alright, let's unfold this bad boy. These. These articulating tractors can be a real pain in the butt as far as being able to jack with your camera. Okay. There we go. All right, so that's doing that. So with the course plate, it's going to follow the contour of the land, which is really cool. All right, so let's get to finishing what we're doing over here now. All right, so now we should be able to seed. Okay. All right. Granted, I've already seeded right here, but it might let me. NOLA. It might go ahead and. Okay. Check. Okay. Let's give us 100%. Nope. Well, shoot. Okay. I'll have to come back and do another fertilization. Alright, well, that kind of answers that question. No sense in wasting fertilizer when it's not accepting it. Okay. So let's turn that off. Go ahead and unload. Alright, we're just going to load up some seed then. And we'll use that fertilizer in the other tractor. Kind of sucks, I guess, because of the way I had to do it. But oh well. Not a big deal. Really used the heck out of this tractor, though. Almost out of fuel. Probably should go get some fuel after this little run down here. Alright, so we get some fuel before we run out. That would suck. In comes gasoline. Or diesel. It's biodiesel. Whatever it is, expensive stuff. Who knows, maybe we might be able to get a decent tractor whenever one comes on sale. And not some rinky-dink piece of crap. Hey. Hold that. There we go. This place seated. All right. So here, since we had this little bit of filled up, let's check on our jobs here, see how they're going. All right, so plowing one's about 64%, 71%. All right, so we can we'll accept this contract here. Okay, that's over at field 2. All right, we're just gonna have them drive over to field 2. So, nah, I can do it myself. Give me something to do. All right. Go. Yeah, I'm kind of glad I did go ahead and rent this little tractor. Come in handy a little bit. But we're not going to keep it, so there is that. I mean, if we do find a tractor that we can get that's on sale, that's a decent one, then we definitely have to take out a loan for that. Because we're not going to have enough cash in our pocket to do that with. I mean, doing a few of these little jobs are going to help recuperate some of our initial costs of everything. You know, we'll slowly we'll get our money back, but it's just going to take time. I hope everybody's having a good night. Say hello in the chat if you can. Be awesome. Like what you see and want to come back and see more stuff. I've got another stream maybe tomorrow. I don't know. It all depends. I may have to end up having to cancel tomorrow, but I'm not sure. Try not to. But if not, I'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll be doing some Dyson Sphere. So there is that. Yeah, give us a follow if you like. That'd be much appreciated. So, did have plenty of fertilizer. Get these 2 jobs done, hopefully. Try not to use too much of this. We're going to definitely need it on our own field. All right, here we go. Fertilize some cone. We're just going to see if we can make a swipe right down the middle. Might be able to cover it all, might not. Hold on. All right, here we go. Nah, it's definitely not going to cover it all. Cover a big portion of it, though. But there's something we can do that the AI doesn't, and that's shrink up the size of our fertilizer. Somewhere around here, wouldn't it? Can't tell with the. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. There's that. Come on. Give us the complete. You'll be happy. Finally. All right. We're going to complete this job. And we'll go ahead and do 36. We'll accept that. Okay. All right, the other jobs, see the plowing job set at almost 80%. This one here is 96. Pretty good on that. 96 should be getting done here pretty soon. Ah, they get stuck. Hell yeah. There we go. All right, where's the what's going on? What are you doing? Going all the way down here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to cancel you, and I'm going to do it myself. This will be a nice chunk of change here. All right, hurry up and give us the completed. That'd be nice. There it is. All right. So there's no more cultivating jobs we can pick up. So when we hit complete, yeah, it'll make things go disappear. There it is. Awesome. Still doing good on this. Yep. Okay. That gave us a little bit of money. All right. Heading to field 36. But I did see another collectible. Nice. Field 36. Let's take a look where that's at. Ah, okay. All right. We don't hurry up and get this stuff done. We play in the dark. Okay, 36. Well, I can't drive very well, can I? Here we are, 36. Should be pretty close. Yep. Looked at an AI to go ahead and do this a little bit. Turn around for us. Hey, we all want to look at trees. Yeah, let's go ahead. AI finishes up. Should be pretty close to it. Almost. Figures. A little bitty strip on the side. But if we just get a certain percentage of it done, then we'll be fine. So maybe, just maybe. All right, field 73 has been done. That's awesome. So that's another contract we can turn in. And there we go. Field 36 is done. Way. All right. So complete that one and complete that one. Awesome. So the only thing left is a spring job, which again, we would make absolutely no money. None whatsoever. So it's not even worth even doing at all. All right. Yeah, not even worth doing. Which is a shame, but you know, just the way it is. We'd had to spend, you know, $2,400 just to buy the herbicide. Well, when you're only and lease the equipment, which we lost, you know, $600 for that. So you look at 2,100, we'd actually be in the negative if we did that job. Now, if we already had the equipment on hand and the herbicide on the same time, then yeah, sure, no problem. Then we go ahead and do that. But since we don't, well, it's not a good idea. You know, like this tractor's rented. The same way with the fertilizer spreader, it's rented or leased. And it's, you know, I've done a few jobs to kind of like pay for the leased equipment, so that kind of helps. But we just haven't done enough jobs to really cover everything. But that's okay. That's all right. All right, we're back here on Homestead. Alright, so we definitely need to unload this. Well, wait, we still have to do another fertilization here. So we might be able to do it after we get done. So kind of hold off before we unload it. Still got plenty of fertilizer in order to do our own field. Leave it at that. Alright, how's this going? Going pretty good. Just about done with this. With seeding this. We're seeding it with canola. Which will be good. Alrighty, unless I get some more jobs to do something with the combine, I'm going to go ahead and return that. Some rocks. I got to get pushed in. It's all right. We'll take care of that when we do the rolling again, because you got to roll this stuff again. Needs rolling. So even though we went ahead and rolled it beforehand, it still needs rolling again. Yeah. What's that? About halfway through all the seed we did. Alright. Hope everybody's having a good night. Excuse me. Just about done. Hoorah. Oh, I tell you what, you get them bigger seeders. It makes this job super fast. I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and finish up this field. And then probably end up calling it a night. So we got a lot done. Got quite a bit done for our first night. We got it harvested. We had it baled. We cut and baled the grass. Got all those trees out of the way. Expanded our fields. Expanded our field. Okay. And getting it seeded. Get it rolled. So yeah, we did pretty good for our first night. It's awesome. Got a little tick on the back of my throat. Not fun. Hey, if you enjoy what you're seeing, hey, toss me a follow. It'd be much appreciated. Right. So I have to come back and do a little, probably a small strip there. Just got missed. No, you're not going to back up all the way. Figure out, oh, wow. Alright. This should finish it off. Whoa, hello. Might help I drop the daggum thing down. Oops. There we go. I did have it down, just didn't turn on. Not much seed left, so takes roughly about what, 628? 27. 627 seed in order to seed this field. It's good to know for future. Alright, before we do the rolling, we're going to check to see if we can actually get the, unload that, do that. Go ahead and unload this seeder. Alright, and unload. Whoa, that put it down there. Whoops, I didn't want it to do that. Alright, well, I guess I have to go in there and rescue it. Okay, try this again. Let's back it out. Somewhere around. Alright, let's try this again. Unload. Haha, there you go. Okay, so I don't need the seeder anymore, so we can go ahead and return that. Alright, where's the seeder at? There it is. And return. There we go. Okay. Okay, so now let's go ahead and do a rolling again. Figured it might allow us to do another fertilization stage. Well, I may have to wait until next month. Do another fertilization. But before we do that, we're going to go ahead and try. Okay. Okay, nothing's changing. Let's go down a little bit farther. Yes, that changed. Awesome. Okay, cool. Okay, so we can do a fertilization stage now, which is good. Some of this is not going to allow us to fertilize, but some of it will. Okay. All right. Get this. So that means we'll have everything done except for the rolling, which we'll do that here in just a second. Yeah, we're wasting some, but it's okay. This will be great because that means everything's done to the field that we can do. Perfect. Yeah, some of it doesn't get fertilized, and that's fine because some of it's already at 100%. Like this stuff here that we've just plowed is already at 100%. Just needs rolled. So that's good. Okay, I should cover everything. Awesome. Haha. We are getting it done. So make sure this corner here gets done, but if not, then I can always go back and redo it. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Probably cut this in half and might be able to get everything. Well, not quite. Back up. Ah, wrong button. Alright, we're just going to do it ourselves. Might be a little bit better anyways. Oh crap, we're out. We're out of fertilizer. Well, that sucks. I guess I need to buy another bag of fertilizer. Alright, let's go pick it up. Okay, that spreader we don't need anymore, so we'll go ahead and return that. Where's that? Yeah, we return this one. Okay. Keep this stuff here for the time being. Alright, probably go down to smallest. Damn crows playing in my field. What the heck? Okay. That a little bit. Almost had enough to do this entire field. It's alright. Alrighty, here we go. So we're done with this implement, at least for now. Go ahead and drop off the extra fertilizer. We might hang on to it just for a little bit. So yeah, go ahead and just turn the tractor off. All right. So let's go ahead and get this done. I'll start on this end. All right. Away we go. All right, so everything's gonna be rolled. It's seeded, it's planted, it's rolled. All right, we're in good shape. Get this edge done here. A lot of steps you got to do to get a good yield on your crop for next season. Might have been a junk. Okay, do this top. Yay! Got rid of these little stones. Hey. Right. Right. Vehicle running costs. Jeez. Yeah, it's kind of rough when you're got a lot of restrictions on the stuff you do. Can be tough. Alright, so with it rolled and everything, we're going to have a 98% yield bonus. It's like basically doubling the our yield for next season, which is great. And now the only 2% that we're missing would be if we had was able to mulch it, but we weren't able to mulch, so we were going to miss out on that 2%. I mean, it'll be fine. You're not going to really see it, but you know, if this field was a lot larger, yeah, we might have to do that. So yeah, all this looks good. So if you have any concerns about how the field looks, so we can actually go in here just to give us more detail about everything. So we don't need a crop. Okay, growth. It's growing, obviously. Okay, so here's the soil indications here. All right, so we can turn all these off and actually figure out what's going on with our field. All right, is there any weeds? Nope. Okay. Fertilization, yeah, there's some sections there that have already, they're at 50%. So it's kind of interesting. I have to maybe check that out. Doesn't need plowed. Lime, we're okay. Needs rolled, so that's what's happening right now, is everything's being rolled. We didn't get any mulching done, and there is no stones. So, okay, so we do need a little bit of fertilization on this other end. Let's go ahead and take care of that. So apparently we're going to need a little bit of fertilization down here. Let's go ahead and look back at our map. All right, fertilize. Right here. Apparently some got missed somehow. No big deal, we'll just go back over it. Okay. Take a look at it again. Didn't accept it for some odd reason. It's all right. We'll wait. We can always wait until the next month too. There'll be a little bit of a growth stage, so that'll We can fix it then. So, no big deal. We can wait. Alright, in the meantime, how's our rolling going? Rolling, rolling, rolling. Ah! I didn't mean to hit that button. That's okay. This little guy out of the way. All right. Just about done. Oof. So we'll check to make sure everything has been rolled. Make sure there's nothing been missed. Turn that off and we'll choose need rolled. Okay. It's going along pretty good. Done quite a bit of work today, which has been good. So, yeah, we're just about done with this field, and get done with this field, then we'll go ahead and probably call it. Quite a bit of things we got accomplished. You know, we could have expanded that field a little bit. Go more west. Wouldn't have been a bad idea. I gotta think about that. Maybe do that on the next. But I mean, if we leave that open too, that'll give us space for you know, things like our chickens, okay, beehives, you know, things like that. So it might be better just to leave it like it is. We don't have to worry about it too much right now. All right, make sure everything's okay. Yep, everything's going good. Almost done. Hoorah. That'll be awesome. This game does have some good music in it too. But I don't know if there's any issues with that being played or what, so it's just best just to leave it off. Just not have to worry about it. Alright, we're almost done. Oof. This tractor is no longer bright blue. It is dirty as heck. Hey, we're looking at things backwards. I think we need a car wash. Oh, that was a kind of a cool little mod back then in Farming Simulator 15. It was a car wash. You drive your tractor through it and poof, instantly cleaned. I might have to get some of them old mods like that and update them. Brings them back to life. That'd be kind of cool. That cab looks pretty neat. All these different controls, that's pretty cool. All right, we're getting it done. Bet you couldn't zoom in on this control panel to find out what those numbers represent. Be kind of cool. All right. Yep, just about done. Maybe one or two swipes left. Definitely two. Okay. No problem, man. Oof, this thing's nasty. Good and dirty. You know, if your tractor's clean, then you ain't using it right. Yep, almost. Got one little strip to do. Nice clean field, no rocks, no stubble. Yeah. Looking good. Looks good, looks good. All right, all right, all right. We're done. Woohoo. All right, go ahead and detach that. All right, we are done with this field. Hell yeah. All right, so let's double check everything. Yep, everything's good. No weeds. No, doesn't need. There's a little bit of place to be fertilized, but we'll take care of that later. Yep, good there. Good there. All right. Alrighty. Well, I do appreciate everybody coming out and enjoying the stream with me. So hopefully we'll go ahead and continue this probably next week and go from there. Appreciate it. Until next time, take care of yourself and each other. Bye-bye for now.